Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the meeting for City Council meeting for March 21, 23 to order. And roll call and post into the agenda.
Councilmember Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Perrello. Councilmember Turan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Thank you. We have quorum. Councilmember Madrigal will be joining us later in the meeting, as well as Commissioner Jose Andrade from the Housing Authority. Posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on March 9th, 2023. Announcement pursuant to Government Code, Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is item B, public comments and the closed session agenda items. Do we have anybody virtually or here in the audience?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Then our next item is item C, closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding property located at 2900 Saviors Road, Assessor's Parcel Number 219-0-018-035. The agency's negotiators are Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director, Ashley Golden, Assistant City Manager, and Alex Nguyen, City Manager. Negotiating party is BV Oxnard, LLC, and under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. And we're going into closed session, and we'll be back at 5 p.m. for an appointment items. Thank you. Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back from a closed session. And Mr. City Attorney, do we have any announcements from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. In closed session, the city's negotiators updated the council, and the city negotiators have negotiated a purchase and sale agreement, and the city is conducting its due diligence on the property. That agreement will be brought to a future open session for council consideration and approval. And I'm not sure if that's going to be in April or May, but sometime in the future.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, our next item is an appointment item, item number 5. But before we continue, let me go ahead, council members and members of the public. We have a few changes for tonight. First of all, we're going to have consent item L3 has been removed. That'll be rescheduled for later. And Mayor Pro Tem would like to share a couple of words on that. And also we have a request to move report item number 4 to N1. Do we need a motion for that, Mr. City Attorney, to move that item from our city council? Or council members, you okay with that item? Go ahead.
If so, we need a motion. I'll make the motion to do so.
Well, I think we do need to check if staff has, got them here? Okay.
So we're okay with that? So motion to then go ahead and move it while I'll second. Okay, we'll move it then. We'll go from there. I just want the people to know that in case people are waiting and the audience to share that. Okay, so then we'll go from there. So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to share anything on item L3 at this time? Or?
I can. I was just going to do it during I just want to make the comment that L3 was pulled because when the city entered into that contract and set out the standards that needed to be fulfilled to complete that contract, and this is regards to the roof on the Performing Arts Center, that the person who won the right to take the contract decided later that he was unable to perform certain elements of that contract and asked to be released from it. Nothing more, nothing less. And it was initiated by him, and he approached the city. The city, had nothing to do with it other than we were requested to let him out of the lease or out of the agreement.
Out of the agreement. Okay, well, thank you so much for that. Okay, our next item is an appointment item, and this is City Manager Department presentation by Kai Loma, Executive Officer for Ventura County Land Agency Formation, called LAFCo, and the recommendation City Council receive and file a presentation by Kai, Executive Officer for Ventura County Local Agency Formation, called LAFCo, and provide an introduction and overview of LAFCo. And Mr. Kai, welcome to the city of Oxnard.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. So used to referring to him as Commissioner Zaragoza.
Thank you.
So I have a PowerPoint presentation. And I made this presentation to the commission in January. We have 4 brand new commissioners that started in January. So I wanted to take that opportunity to provide these commissioners with an introduction to and an overview of LAFCo. Following that presentation, Mayor Zaragoza asked if I would come here and make the presentation to your city council. So thank you for having me.
And let me share a little bit, also, one of the things that reason I called Kai to come and share this information with us is because, as he mentioned, we have a lot of commissioners at LAFCo that are new, and the lack of understanding is extremely important. So this LAFCO 101 is really beneficial to all of us, especially our planners and also our department heads here in the city of Oxnard. So that's why I invited Kai to give us his LAFCO 101. So go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I said, I'm Kai. I'm the LAFCO Executive Officer, and this is an introduction to and an overview of LAFCO. So I want to touch on 6 topics. I want to talk a little bit about the history of LAFCO, discuss what is LAFCO, who is LAFCO, what are the purposes of LAFCO, how does LAFCO achieve its purposes, and then we'll end on how is LAFCO funded. So we'll start off pretty simply. LAFCO stands for the Local Agency Formation Commission. And this really is a NOMER because the thing that we do most infrequently is form local agencies. In the 15 years that I've been with LAFCO, I think we've formed 1 special district. LAFCO is much more focused on boundary changes to the cities and special districts and the county. So we'll begin with the history of LAFCO. So the conditions that led to the creation of LAFCO started post-World War II, when there was a population and a housing boom in California. So in 1950, the population of California was about 10.5 million people. By 1960, it had increased to almost 16 million people, which represents a 51% increase over 10 years, which is significant. This led to extensive suburban development. The classic example of this suburban development sprawl is the San Fernando Valley. And all of this suburban development led to a scramble to finance and extend services. So all of this development needed infrastructure. They needed water services. They needed sewer service. So there was a scramble to provide that, and more importantly, how to pay for it. And this led to what was termed city annexation wars. So you actually had cities competing for areas, trying to annex an area before another city did to extend services, to gain property tax revenue or sales revenue, what have you. And then there was also a proliferation of single-purpose special districts. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with single-purpose special districts. However, they tend to be less efficient and effective at providing services than a multi-service district. So instead of having several small governmental agencies providing several different districts, it's preferable to have one governmental agency providing several special districts, services. And the result was a lot of illogical and efficient service boundaries. And this, of course, results in costs in farmland, sprawl, open space conversion, and increased rates to those ratepayers. This is an example of one of those annexations. This is the city of Redlands. The original city boundaries are in pink there to the bottom left corner. And this was an annexation that Redlands processed in the red. I think we can all agree that this is illogical boundaries and inefficient service areas. So it was things like that led in 1961 to Governor Pat Brown, his Commission on Metropolitan Area Problems, issuing a report called Meeting Metropolitan Problems. And this was the first rational focus on the need to encourage orderly service boundaries in the state. And that led to the passage of the Knox-Nesbitt Act in 1963. And that's what created LAFCOs. And LAFCO's purpose was to regulate the boundaries of these cities and special districts that were providing these services. In 1965, the legislature passed the District Reorganization Act, and that unified district procedures for annexations. And it was the first time it acknowledged that LAFCO now had a role in these annexations and boundary changes. In 1971, the legislature required LAFCOs to determine spheres of influence to all cities and special districts. And what this did was provide LAFCO with some planning authority. LAFCO now had the authority to dictate where cities were expected to grow and where districts were expected to grow and provide services. In 1977, the legislature passed the Municipal Organization Act, and this cleaned up city procedures for annexations, again, for the first time, including LAFCO in that process. Then in 1985, the Cortese-Knox Local Government Reorganization Act was passed. This was a recodification of the 1963 Act. And then in 1993, there was an improvement made to LAFCO procedures. Not much happened after that, until about 2000. And that's when the report of the Commission on the Local Governance for the 21st Century issued their report called Growth Within Bounds. Now that report, it was a really comprehensive report about LAFCO and about services, ag preservation, open space preservation, efficiency and services. It came out with several recommendations. And these included that LAFCOs should be neutral, independent, and provide well-balanced representation. At this time, and prior to this, LAFCOs were a function of the county. So this was encouraging that they be independent. Also, the recommendation was to strengthen LAFCO's power to prevent urban sprawl and ensure orderly extensions of governmental services. That municipal service reviews should be prepared to inform spheres of influence updates. So whenever there was an expansion to a sphere of influence, the LAFCO would have to prepare what's called a municipal service review. And finally, the recommendation was to strengthen policies to protect agriculture and open space. This resulted in the passage of the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Local Government Reorganization Act of 2000. This is the law under which LAFCO operates today. It's found in Division 3 of the California Government Code. And it incorporated most of those recommendations from that report. This division provides the sole and exclusive authority and procedure for the initiation, conduct, and completion of changes of organization and reorganization for cities and districts. All changes of organization or reorganizations shall be initiated, conducted, and completed in accordance with and is provided for in this division. This clarifies that LAFCo has the sole authority over boundary changes for cities and special districts, as well as changes to their service area. So what is LAFCo? LAFCo is an independent quasi-legislative agency. LAFCO is not part of the county. It's entirely independent. The decisions made by the commission are final. They cannot be appealed to any other administrative body. LAFCO essentially functions as a state agency. We implement state law, we operate under state law, and apply it. LAFCO is granted with the authority pursuant to the government code. There's a LAFCO in every county, and each LAFCO exercises its jurisdiction over the cities and districts within that county. And LAFCO is termed the watchdog the legislature established to achieve its specified purposes. This comes from the 5th District Court in the state. So who is LAFCO? LAFCO is comprised of an array of local representatives. We have 2 members of the County Board of Supervisors and 1 alternate, and they are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. These are 4-year terms on LAFCO. 2 members are appointed from the 10 city councils. They can be any member of a city council in the county, and 1 alternate. These are appointed by the City Selection Committee, which is a committee made up of the 10 mayors in the county. 2 members are appointed from boards of the independent special districts in the county, and they appoint 1 alternate. And again, these are elected by the boards of those independent special districts. And then we have 1 member of the general public and 1 alternate, and these are selected by the other 6 commissioners. So the makeup of the current commission includes for the county, Supervisor Jeff Gorell, District 2, Supervisor Janice Parvin, District 5, and the alternate is Supervisor Matt Levere from District 1. For the cities, we have Jenny Crosswhite.
Kai, we have a question.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes. Can you explain, we have 3 members from the city, Santa Paula, Oxnard, and Camarillo. What about the rest of the cities in the county? How did those 3 cities get picked?
It was the.
That's my question.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the city selection committee is a committee made up of the mayors, and the interested city council members have to express that interest to the committee that they would like to be appointed to LAFCO. And then they meet periodically when a vacancy is expected on LAFCO, and the 10 members, the 10 mayors vote to who they want to appoint to the commission.
And council member, right now, I'm the chair of the selection committee, and the members of the cities, they submit applications, and then the committee votes. All the mayors of the city vote for those particular representatives from specific cities. That's thank you.
And it's not just appointments to LAFCO that the committee makes; they make appointments to other bodies as well. So we have Jenny Crosswhite. She's a city council member with Santa Paula. We have, of course, Mayor Zaragoza. And then Susan Santangelo, city council person with the city of Camarillo, is the alternate. For the special districts, we have Raul Avila with Callegas Municipal Water District, Marianne Rooney with the Oxnard Harbor District, and Mohammed Hassan, he's the alternate with the United Water Conservation District. And the public members are Pat Richards, and the public alternate member is David Ross. So what is the expectation of a commissioner? What does LAFCO law expect a commissioner to do when sitting on the commission? Well, there's not a whole lot of guidance, but there is one that's really important, one piece of the code that's really important. And it provides that while serving on the commission, all commission members shall exercise their independent judgment on behalf of the interests of residents, property owners, and the public as a whole in furthering the purposes of this division. Any member appointed on behalf of local governments shall represent the interests of the public as a whole and not solely the interests of the appointing authority. This section does not require the abstention of any member on any matter, nor does it create a right of action for any person.
And Kai, let me, I know the next section is, as a commissioner of LAFCO, I represent the city, that we have supervisors represent districts and special districts and so forth. So the important thing here is that when you're there, you wear your LAFCO hat, because now you're looking at, this is on behalf of all local government, not just your individual one. And where we have a lot of concerns are from some, especially new LAFCO members. They just want to look at their specific agency and the heck with the rest of the people, which I think this is really, a really important part for commissioners to look at.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I touch on that here. Like Mayor Zaragoza said, it's called the LAFCo hat. In other words, commissioners do not represent the agency upon which they were elected to serve. Commissioners do not represent special districts. They do not represent cities. They do not represent the county. Commissioners must work on behalf of the interests of residents, property owners, and the public as a whole. Now, that doesn't mean that they have to ignore impacts to their elected, agency or special districts, but that can't be the sole focus. It has to be the best interest of the public at large.
And that's a real important part of it. Even though we wear our LAFCO hat, we're still representing our city, our district, and so forth. And if the presentation is not going in a way that is not fair to the city or the district, then that's your right to speak up.
Right.
Which I think is important to share.
Yeah, there's been instances where a city council person will vote in favor of an annexation while sitting on the city council. It goes to LAFCO, and that same city councilman has to vote to deny the annexation. Different capacity, different hat. It's rare, but it has happened. Not with our commission, but throughout the state. And then commissioners must work to further the purposes of LAFCO. They are there to fulfill LAFCO law, the Cortese-Knox-Hertzberg Act that I mentioned earlier. And then LAFCO staff, there's three of us. There's myself, Andrea Osdy, who's the deputy EO, Rochelle Beltran, the office manager and clerk to the commission, and then Jeff Barnes, he's our LAFCO legal counsel. He's also the chief deputy county counsel. The commission does contract with the county counsel's office for legal representation.
Go ahead.
Specifically, if we can go to that last slide that you just had. I don't know him, but Mr. Barnes, he represents the LAFCO legal counsel, but he is a chief deputy counsel, county counsel. Have you seen or witnessed experiences where there is a disagreement between him and the members of the Board of Supervisors? The reason I ask, on an issue very recently with an airport authority, there was some questions on my behalf of the county council being involved.
I guess I don't understand your question. As far as LAFCO is concerned?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. If there was, he would most likely recuse himself and bring in some other representative to represent LAFCO in a situation like that. But only 2 supervisors sit on LAFCO. And when they're on LAFCO, they're not acting as supervisors any longer. So I don't think that there's really much of a situation where the Board of Supervisors is going to disagree with LAFCO as a body.
Okay, and so as I understand that, any one of the members of the LAFCO body is treated equally per question by the county council. If they have a question of the county council, they're treated equally the same as he would treat a supervisor?
Yes. Yes,
Thank you.
and when he's sitting as the LAFCO legal counsel, he's not sitting as county counsel. He's there to represent the commission, and all commissioners are considered equal.
And I hope that we can do something like that at the airport authorities.
And the council member, Jeffrey is really under contract by LAFCO and not representing the county at the time. But however, if there's a conflict, they have other attorneys that can then take his place for that particular issue.
Yeah, and they're very aware of that, the attorneys, county council.
But those are good questions, because that's asked quite a bit by other commissioners of LAFCO, that there's many times they kind of share that the county council is partial to, but which is not, not part of the process.
Okay, so what are the purposes of LAFCO? Well, they're spelled out pretty specifically in LAFCO law. And they are discouraging urban sprawl, preserving open space and prime agricultural lands, encouraging the efficient provision of government services, and encouraging orderly formation and development of local agencies based on local conditions and circumstances. So how does LAFCO achieve these purposes? And I'll talk a little bit about each one. Well, we have 4 primary duties. One is to coordinate the logical and timely changes to local government boundaries. We do this through annexations and detachments. We do this for the 10 cities in the county, the 29 independent special districts in the county, and the 20 dependent special districts. The second thing we do is establish spheres of influence. I mentioned those earlier for each city and special district. And then we conduct special studies recommending ways to simplify and streamline governmental structure. And we consider requests for out-of-agency services. I'll touch on each of these briefly. So as I mentioned, we process all changes to the boundaries and service area of cities and special districts. And any changes, any incorporations, disincorporations, formation of special districts, et cetera. So these include annexations and detachments. That's, of course, adding territory to the jurisdictional boundary of a city or district. Detachment's the opposite. Consolidation is where you take two agencies and you consolidate them into one new agency. That's a role of LAFCo. Incorporations of a new city or disincorporation of an existing city. As I mentioned, formations and dissolutions of special districts. And then mergers, where you can merge a special district with a city, having the city take over the services from that district. Regarding establishing spheres of influence, this is where LAFCo has kind of a planning role. A sphere of influence is defined as a plan for the probable physical boundaries and service area of a local agency as determined by the commission. So this is where the commission can dictate or encourage a city or a district to plan to annex a certain area in a certain direction. That's not to say that a city or district can't ask that it go elsewhere. That's always within the purview of the commission. LAFCo is required to adopt a sphere of influence for each city and special district. And LAFCo must, as necessary, review and update each sphere of influence every 5 years. Before the current law, there would be LAFCOs that would adopt a sphere of influence and then just forget about them. They would never be revisited. So these spheres of influence were kind of useless as a planning tool. So when the current law was adopted, it required LAFCO to check in at least every 5 years to make sure that that sphere of influence still represents the probable service boundary, the service area and boundaries of that district or city. So these are the cities, the 10 cities, and their spheres of influence are in red. And we'll focus here on, this is the city of Oxnard. So the jurisdictional boundaries, the city limits of Oxnard are in yellow, and the red is the sphere of influence. And this is current as of last year.
And Kai, just for information, the sphere of influence for Oxnard really goes down about 3 miles right into the ocean, right into the
Yes, that's to align with the state jurisdiction.
state jurisdiction.
3 nautical miles.
Okay. Councilman Perrella?
Question. I'm looking specifically at the map on the very top, the slightly to the right. There's a red rectangle that's in white. So that's the sphere of Oxnard's influence, but that area is in the county. That's strictly Strickland Track normally.
That's correct.
And El Rio.
And Rio Mesa High School.
Yes.
Okay. When the sphere of influence in areas like that comes into play, how does this impact or clash with SOAR?
SOAR does not apply to any areas within the spheres of influence. Well, the county SOAR.
Inside or
yeah,
outside?
right. And as far as the city SOAR, if I recall correctly, the city curb aligns pretty much with the sphere of influence. So everything you see within that red line, within that sphere of influence, is within the city's curb.
Okay, thank you.
And Nyland Acres is R2 then.
Well, I'm sorry?
Nyland Acres is included in the sphere of influence.
Yes, Nyland
Yeah.
Acres, El Rio,
El Rio.
Strickland Acres.
I know. And we don't want to annex that either, just for information.
And sometimes the sphere is determined to reflect like legacy developments. El Rio has been there forever. Some city services are slowly extending their way out there. Same with Nyland Acres. It's to reflect, again, these legacy communities that probably one day should annex to the city at some point for the city to provide those services, but it's not being pushed.
And Nyland Acres is considered a duck, a disadvantaged community.
That's right. Nyland Acres is considered a disadvantaged, unincorporated community, and there's certain requirements that do apply to ducks that are found both in LAFCo law as well as general plan law.
And the reason I asked that question, in that specific area, I grew up in that area. And our area was in the city of Oxnard. And then it was de-annexed so that they could annex the area and the beach there was a trade. and somehow LAFCo was involved in that. That's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, LAFCo would have involved, yeah, and I remember, yeah, the city's boundaries extended quite a bit out there. You know, there's still infrastructure out there. The city has a sewer line going out almost to Santa Paula, provides sewer service out there. Yeah, that was a detached, and yeah, trade for annexation, as you said. That was quite a while ago, yeah. Sure. And then municipal service review. So these are the studies that we do anytime that the commission wants to expand a sphere of influence or determine a new sphere of influence. And we do a lot of these, and we do maybe not every 5 years, but maybe every 10 years as they're needed, as updates to them are needed. And these are a comprehensive study to determine the adequacy of governmental services being provided by the local agencies subject to LAFCo. They're required to update or to determine a sphere of influence. And the MSRs, they get pretty detailed. They study growth and population of the agency, over the next 5 years, 10 years, the adequacy of current and future public services and infrastructure needs, the financial ability of the agency to provide those services, opportunities for any shared facilities with any other public agency, and accountability, governmental structure, and operational efficiencies. And then finally, we have requests for out-of-agency services. So LAFCO law does allow for a city or district under certain circumstances to extend a service outside of its boundaries. Those circumstances, like I said, are limited. It provides that a city or district may provide a new or extended service by contract or agreement outside its jurisdictional boundaries, only if it first requests and receives written approval from the local agency formation commission of the county in which the affected territory is located. Now, the commission, so that's a restriction on a city or a district. You have to come to LAFCO before you do that. LAFCO is limited in the situations that it can approve those extension of services. One is in the anticipation of a change of organization, which is usually annexation, if the area to be served is within the agency's sphere of influence. So for a city to annex a piece of property, it has to be contiguous. But there might be situations where there's a property that needs a service that's not contiguous, but it's within the sphere of influence. LAFCO can approve the extension of a service there with the anticipation that as soon as the city boundaries get out there, it's going to be annexed. The other circumstance is to respond to an existing or impending threat to public health and safety. And this is if the area to be served is outside the sphere of influence.
So Kai, so it's gotta be contiguous. If it's not contiguous, then it's not a service,
Yes,
annexation or potential. Okay.
potentially, right. So if it's in the sphere, it can only be done in anticipation of annexation. If it's outside the sphere, it can only be done to address an existing or impending threat to health and safety. And City of Oxnard is dealing with that very issue right now. We actually have a meeting coming up with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. There is an elementary school southeast of Oxnard, about 1.5 miles, Laguna Elementary. And their water is, they're having a problem with their well. It's not providing potable water any longer. So we do have a public health issue out there. And we are working with Callegas, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Public Works for the cities being brought in to extend water service out to that elementary school.
Councilman Perrella?
Yes. What is the name of the school again?
Laguna,
Is it in the Ocean View School District?
I believe so. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Laguna Vista.
And
Yeah.
then the second is, on point number 2, we service the Las Posas area of Camarillo with the City of Oxnard sewer system.
Yes.
Is that why we do it? Because it was a health issue and it would fall under number 2?
No, I think that was a legacy issue as well. So the city at that time was out in that farmland. That was the city jurisdiction. So I think the city extended sewer line out there at some point to provide service out there. But that was done before 2000 when this law went into effect.
Okay.
So before 2000, there was no limitation on where cities can extend service or infrastructure. So that was one of the recommendations that came out of that 2000 report, that this needs to stop. Someone needs to regulate this because it undermines the whole point of requiring annexations for services.
And so then after the 2000 report, the City of Oxnard providing service to the El Rio area for sewage, is that
That's right.
under number 2?
That, yes, and there actually is an agreement approved by LAFCO between the city and county service area, I forget the number, that provides sewage collection. And under that agreement, the CSA has tied its infrastructure into the city of Oxnard's sewer system, and then the city treats it at the city's treatment plant. So that was approved by LAFCo.
Thank you.
And that was contiguous to the city.
Yeah, it didn't have to be in that case, as long as it was within the sphere of influence. And
Okay.
it wasn't an annexation. It was just an agreement to treat the
Between the city and,
wastewater.
yeah. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an interesting conversation because I first started with the city in the mid-'70s, probably before half the staff here was even born, but who knows? But I had an area of responsibility in the north end of Oxnard, which included Ventura School, which is a correctional facility on the backside
Right,
of Las
right.
Posas
Right.
Estates, Sterling Hills, so on and so forth. And so I would drive out there once or twice a day, take about 20 minutes to get out there, drive around the facility and drive back. But the bizarre thing about it was to connect that to our city was about a 3-foot wide swath of land that ran through several farm fields and everything else. So figuratively or theoretically speaking, if something happened on that 3-foot wide swath of land, it would belong to the city of Oxnard, not to the county of Ventura.
Oh, yeah.
And so, you'd have surveyors out there and everything else. Fortunately, we never had to go that far, but, eventually we ended up giving Wright School back, or the Ventura School, which is on Wright Road, back to the county of Ventura for some sort of land swap. And it made sense, because getting out there was a real difficult challenge.
Sure. And that came into play, if you recall, maybe 12, 13 years ago, when the state was considering building a prison hospital.
That's right.
At the state facility. One of the issues was that they wanted the city of Oxnard to provide sewer to that facility. They wanted the city of Camarillo to provide water, because the city, both cities were providing water and sewer to the existing facility, the old the CYA facility. But then they had to get LAFCo approval, because they were going to increase the level of service, beyond what was there, being served by the city for sewer and water. That was going to require LAFCo. And LAFCo, the commission at the time, made it very clear that they were not going to approve those increases to those services. And I believe that was one of the reasons why that facility never went forward.
Okay.
Any other questions about out-of-agency services?
Council
Yes.
Perrella? Yeah.
You've mentioned the people on the board. We have two groups in districts. One is special district and one is dependent districts. What is the difference between special and dependent districts?
Well, they're both special districts, but one is independent special districts, others are dependent special districts. So dependent special districts, you have like county service area. Although they're districts providing whatever service, they're dependent on the county. Their board is actually the Board of Supervisors. So that it's a dependent district. There's no dependent district with the city of Oxnard. City of Simi Valley, they have a waterworks district that provides water out there. It's an independent district, but the city council of Simi Valley is the board for that. It's dependent on them. Whereas independent is just the opposite. They're elected solely to serve on the board of that district. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you're okay? Good?
Oh, I got tons of questions, but nothing he can.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so how does LAFCo, again, achieve its purposes? What does it use to evaluate these projects, in addition to what, the requirements of LAFCO law? Well, the legislature requires every LAFCO to adopt policies, and I won't read that, but it just says that every LAFCO has to adopt policies, and its decisions have to be based on those policies. And the Ventura LAFCO has done that with the Commissioner's Handbook. All of the policies are in there. And you'll notice they're pretty specific. Besides the first two divisions, which are operational, Division 3 contains all of the policies regarding changes of organizations and reorganizations. Those are, the annexations and detachments. Division 4 talks about all the policies regarding spheres of influence. And then Division 5 is specific to out-of-agency service agreements. This is all available on the website, on our website. All right, so lastly, how is LAFCO funded? Well, it's an unusual funding mechanism. So LAFCO is funded 1/3 by the county, 1/3 by the 10 cities in the county, and 1/3 by the 29 independent special districts in the county. Now, for the cities and the county, the apportionment is based on revenue. So for instance, in the cities, the city with the highest revenue is going to pay the largest share of those 10. And the same goes with the independent special district. So every year, it's always Oxnard that is paying the biggest share of that 1/3. And it's always the Cayugas Municipal Water District who is paying the largest of the third for the special districts.
Councilman Perla?
The revenue, is it based on sales tax and property tax?
I don't know.
It's probably right.
That's a great question. Yeah, I should know that, and it escapes me.
Okay, second question with respect to that. If a special district cannot come up with their funds, their share, who covers for them?
They have to, basically, is what it comes down to. In LAFCo law, if a district or city does not pay its allocation, there's a provision that allows the commission to direct the county to withhold property tax that would otherwise go to that agency, direct it to LAFCo until the allocation is paid, and then it can go back to the city.
Because LAFCO is a state agency.
Is the Ventura Regional Sanitation District a special district?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's never been done, not in Ventura LAFCO's history, as far as I know. But yeah, that's a very unusual circumstance. And that concludes my presentation. So if there's any other questions,
Thank you, Kai. Let me see, do you have any public comments on this item, either virtually or?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public comments for this item.
Let me make sure something real quick. First of all, I want to thank Kai for giving us LAFCO 101. And the reason is, going back to the 2000 report, the local governance, there's recommendations there that LAFCO should be neutral, and we got to strengthen the LAFCO powers and municipal, the MSRs. And those policies are really important because we've had many developers come to LAFCO, because I've been in LAFCO for years and years and years. And in fact, I was the chairman of LAFCO when we annexed the collection. That's made part of the, and so I think this is really important that people understand that when they come out with a recommendation to annex a piece of property or whatever to an agency, that LAFCO is the last agency that processes that potential LAFCO. So before they get there, there's a process that they have to follow. And I think that those recommendations that you have on LAFCO, the 2000 report, are something that people really should look at.
Yeah, right. And sometimes it puts us in an awkward position because, as you say, we are the last big discretionary action that, say, a development needs to move forward. Typically an annexation to a city for development purposes, it requires the city, the developer needs to apply to the city. The city processes the application, the city performs the environmental review, the city has to amend its general plan if necessary, pre-zone it, approve the entitlements, and then the city council actually has to take an action. They have to adopt a resolution of application to LAFCO. Only then does it get to LAFCO. After all of these approvals are done, it goes to LAFCO. And so, LAFCO is the last say because it needs to be annexed into the city before it can come to fruition. So our goal is to get involved early on in the process. We worked with your staff, quite extensively on these projects, so we can get the city to try to address the issues that are going to be brought up and faced by LAFCO, and hopefully get those resolved to the extent that we can. LAFCO does have a 100% record of approving projects that come before it. LAFCO has not denied an annexation in at least the 10 years I've been executive officer. So we have been, in fact, effective in getting involved early and getting those issues addressed before they get to LAFCO.
And Kai, a lead agency, what is the responsibility of a lead agency? Just what you talked about?
Yeah, LAFCO will generally always act as a responsible agency. We don't take the lead in preparing the CEQA document. We will rely on the entity that's going to be applying to us for annexation. So in the case of Oxnard, say the Rio Urbana project up in El Rio that was recently annexed. Yeah. So the city was the lead agency in CEQA. The city approved the project. The city adopted the resolution, then came to LAFCO. And that was a great example of a successful cooperative relationship that we had with your staff to make that go through the system as smoothly as it did. So,
And that's good to hear that our staff really cooperates with LAFCO, you know, which is, I think, is extremely important. Councilman Perrello, you have another question?
Two, again, the issue with El Rio was a health safety, was a sewer system, correct?
which issues that?
The cooperation of the city of Oxnard and the El Rio area.
Yes, yes. So
And
that
it was basically a health issue, a very significant health issue. And it's
Right.
good, and it's good that that it all worked out. Because
Yes.
people's health, safety, and welfare is a primary thing.
absolutely.
So that was the question. But the point is, for the public's information, do the members that sit on the LAFCO board receive any stipend?
$50 a meeting.
Okay, and the reason I bring that up, for the members that are listening to this, recently, two water agencies, at the earliest opportunity they have, they jack up the pay that those water agencies can get at $280 a meeting. And the significance of the board and the action that you guys do, I think it should be commensurate with what the board members of these other agencies do.
That's an
Thank you.
interesting point.
Council members, any additional questions of Kai? No? Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, I just want to say thank you. That's a great civics lesson. Too bad we don't have more people here. Very quickly, so is there one LAFCO for each county?
Correct.
Okay. And are there others, or is that just 58 of you?
58 of us.
Okay, thank you.
And they're all state agencies, by the way, because
Yeah, well, they're all independent agencies functioning as a state agency.
many times I've heard it where they say, well, LAFCO is working for the county or the supervisors of the cities, and that's
No,
not correct, you know, which,
This-
go ahead.
If I can just say, whoever brought this, and I imagine you were significant
Yes,
in
sir.
bringing this, as long as I've been in the council, this is the first time I've heard a presentation. This is well worth the time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
I hope whoever is elected as our new one watches this, because it's significant.
And I think, Kai, we're also gonna have, you have a video of LAFCO 101, right? Or we're
Yeah.
looking at one,
right. As I said, I made a presentation very similar to this to my commission in January, and that is posted on the LAFCO website on the homepage. As is another presentation that was made in February regarding constraints to development in the county that talks about SOAR, the Greenbelt Agreements, and the guidelines for early development. You might find that interesting as well.
well, Kai, thank you tremendously for your
Thank you, Mr.
presentation.
Mayor.
Thank you again. And one last question.
Mayor, the city manager, can you find those, the video presentation that he's talking about and share them with all elected council members? Thank you.
Sure, just like Measure M, sure.
It's available.
Yeah, on the homepage, the Ventura LAFCO homepage, you scroll down and the PowerPoint as well as my presentation is on there. All
Thank
right.
you, Kai, and thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next item is ceremonial, and it's about 5 minutes from now, so we're gonna go into, we'll be back in 5 minutes for this. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back from a little admission here. But anyway, our next item is ceremonial items. This is the opening session, and we're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence for all the turmoil in this world. So can Councilman Madrigal, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So now we have some special presentations here, and we're going to have, can you hear me? Okay, we have a proclamation for Cesar Chavez Day, and we'd like to call Mr. Javier Gomez to accept the presentation. Come on over. Javier, welcome. So we have this proclamation, Cesar E. Chavez Day, March 31, 2023, where Cesar Chavez was born March 31, 1927, in a small farm community in a homestead near Yuma, Arizona, where Cesar Chavez is recognized as one of the nation's labor leaders who was committed to improving the lives of farm workers everywhere and brought the plight to the national attention. Whereas on August 8, 1994, Cesar Chavez posthumously received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States. And whereas organizing workers, Cesar Chavez strictly adhered to the principles of nonviolent practices by people such as Gandhi and Dr. Martin Luther King. And whereas Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers Union, UFW, played an instrumental role in the passage of the California Agricultural Labor Relations Act, which was signed into law in 1975. This legislation made our state the first in the nation to give farm workers the right to seek union representation and bargaining collectively within an established legal framework. Whereas Californians in every generation and background continue to be inspired by the leadership of Cesar E. Chavez, an nonviolent approach to bringing about social change. Whereas Californians in every generation and background continue to be inspired by Chavez, again, as I mentioned before, nonviolent approach. Whereas now we are planned to celebrate the life and legacy of Cesar Chavez and recognize the men and women who labored in the ag fields to produce the food and serve our tables across the nation. Whereas activities are then planned to celebrate Cesar Chavez, the life of the legacy of Cesar Chavez, and recognize the men and people that worked and to serve the people across this nation. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do by proclaim March 31 as Cesar Chavez Day in the City of Oxnard. And Mr. Gomez.
God bless. On behalf of the Cesar Chavez Annual Celebration Committee that commemorates the legacy of Cesar Chavez, this year marks the 30th year that we've been celebrating Cesar Chavez in our community. And again, we're going to do it here in the beautiful city of Oxnard. We have a planned activities in the Colonia where we're going to be meeting at the Multi-Service Center on 1500 Camino del Sol and traveling around the community, and then ending back at over at the Terrazas de la Cortes building, where we're going to host a food distribution for all our essential workers who are our field workers, who we're hoping to recognize and celebrate on that particular day. I didn't bring my mariachi today. I brought it last night to the Community Relations Commission meeting, and they performed, and I was able to give a little speech on the history and legacy of Cesar Chavez and the importance of the type of work that he did for our community, because he was one of the key organizers that helped in the community service organization in La Colonia to help register people, make sure that those individuals who were without means were provided with assistance that could help their children and their families to have affordable housing and as well as money. So we're really grateful that Cesar came to our city and was part of the history of what our city represents throughout the nation. I'm really proud that our city is one of the cities where labor unions learned to organize and to make a difference and change the world. It was in 1903 when the Japanese and the Mexicano workers gathered together to protest their wages being slashed from 50 cents a day to 25 cents a day. And unfortunately, it was our Oxnard brothers who thought that they wanted to make a bigger profit for themselves, and without due course in thinking of the benefits of our workers. And that's what a union does. It represents those of us who are voiceless, those of us who are powerless. And Cesar Chavez had that special gift as a speaker, as a compassionate individual, and a person with the wisdom like Dr. King, like Mahatma Gandhi, who stood up to the great challenges of our society to make a difference. And thanks to his partner, Dolores Huerta, who continues to live and carry on the legacy of fighting for the rights of all workers in our country. And so she represents the epitome of what Cesar Chavez's legacy is all about. The city of Oxnard should be very proud that one day we'll have his home be converted into a museum so that everybody around our country will come and celebrate the legacy of who this man was and what he did for the benefit of our community. And so I'm proud to accept this on behalf of the committee, and I invite you to our march it's going to be moved to April 16th, close to the day that he passed away. He passed away on the 23rd of 1993, and so we're going to be celebrating 30 years of his death, but his legacy continues, and the City Council represents that legacy. So I thank you on behalf of our community, and I thank all our council members that have always championed and showed up at our marches, our distinguished mayor, and also our late beloved Carmen Ramirez was always in the forefront. Thank you, Mr. McDonough. You're always there. Mr. Perello, thank you for joining us. Mr. Madrigal, it's your community, so we're going to be in your backyard. But we invite the other city council members to be there, obviously, with restrictions to the Brown Act. So make sure we're all good. So I thank, and I want to thank our police department that always has been a champion in making sure that our marches have been peaceful and safe, and everybody has come out with a good feeling that, you know what, we were respected, and especially the farm workers were given a voice to speak about their needs in our community. And to this very day, Dolores Huerta continues to fight the good fight. And so I thank our city for the good fight that we continue to do to improve our lives for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier. Put your hands together for Javier. Thank you so much. And we'll be there for the march. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we have one more presentation here. This is I'd like to call Gary Blum. Gary, he's the board chair for the PAC. And I guess some of the committee members of the PAC can come right up. Okay. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Come right up. How are you? How are you? So this is a commendation for the Oxnard Performing Arts Convention Center 55-year anniversary. Whereas in March 1968, the Oxnard Performing Arts Convention Center, PAC, opened its doors at 800 Hobson Way as a place of community and cultural events. And whereas 55 years of Oxnard PAC has welcomed millions of guests of all ages for events including artistic, cultural, civic, educational, personal, corporate, faith-based, and others. Whereas the PAC was built by the people, spearheaded by the pianist and educator Cleo Labonte, as a venue for the community and cultural events as a testament to the importance of arts in our daily lives. Whereas the PAC uniquely serves the regional needs of the community and providing meeting, gathering spaces, and amenities not found elsewhere. Whereas the Oxnard PAC Auditorium has welcomed the biggest names in music, comedy, dance, theater, live entertainment, adding to a residence and also adding to the immeasurable to a residence quality of life and vitality of the greater downtown Oxnard. Whereas the arts profoundly impact all the lives by challenging activities and nourishing the human spirit and have demonstrated benefits including for youth of the higher self-esteem and a sense of belonging and to better economic performances and graduation rates. For the public, improving mental health, emotional and social well-being for the neighborhood and also for the higher civic engagement and to connect to the communities. Therefore, the City Council of the City of Oxnard congratulates the Oxnard Performing Arts Center for 55-year anniversary and its incubator for creativity and cultural anchor for placemakers and gathering and looks forward to continue its services to the heart of the community and also Ventura County. And this is given to you, Mr. Blum.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I just want to acknowledge some of our board members here. We don't have them all tonight, but most of them. Len Schulman, Carol Flores-Beck, Joy McKinnon, Patrick Mullen, Suki Sir. This is half of an incredible team of board that we have that are very, very committed. Also, Carolyn Mullen, our director, is out there somewhere. I just wanted to say, it's been a bit of a tumultuous time. Obviously, city's fiscal issues a few years ago, and then the pandemic, but we have survived, and we are looking forward to continuing providing a venue for the arts and performances and events in our community, whatever that might be. So we look forward to whatever we might be engaging in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You want to share anything? Thank you so much again for your good work, and really, it's great to have a community center the way we have. Our PAC has been there for many, many years, and like we mentioned before, there was a lot of writing here that I had to read, but you guys have done an excellent job. Put your hands together for the PAC program. Thank you so much. Council member, do you want to share anything? Well, thank you again, Gary, and again, thank you for your good work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next item is items not in the agenda. And I do have one public speaker here that by the name of Brenda. Is Brenda in?
Mayor Zaragoza, Brenda is not available virtually or in person at this time.
And do we have any other speakers for this item on the agenda?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, and one of the things that, again, we are changing, we're having, let me see, where's my, anyway, so L3 of the consent agenda is not going to be heard. It's going to be rescheduled. And we also, under reports, we're moving item M, is it M, N, excuse me, N4 to M1, just for information. Okay. So our next item is item H, and this is the report of the city managers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a couple.
Homeless is gone? Is homeless gone?
It's not on the agenda right now. Okay, so Diego, I have a couple of quick updates, and we have a couple of action items. Okay, so first update. SoCalGas has decided that they are going to put aside $10 million in support for low-income families, seniors, and small restaurant owners impacted by, this is their language, unprecedented regional gas market prices. To get information about this program, they have two phone numbers available for the public here. In English, it's 877-238-0092. And for Spanish speakers, their phone number there, you can see on the screen, 800-342-4545. Again, this is the amount that I believe they announced that their shareholders had decided to set aside to help low-income families, again, seniors and small restaurant owners, to help subsidize some of the rather exorbitant gas bills that we've been receiving over the last several months. Also, similarly, Community Action of Ventura County, they are continuing their program to support utility bill assistance. And there's one more workshop available on March 27 of this year, March 27 this month, and it's going to be held between the hours of 8:30 a.m. and 12 noon. That will take place here at the city at 214 South C Street, our facility there. You can also call Community Action of Ventura County at their phone number, 805-436-4000. And they will be providing application assistance on site again at the city's service center. So that's for support with your various utility bills. Unfortunately, that does not apply for folks that have separate garbage bills. Next, our fire department, a couple things. So first is congratulations. They recently were awarded the Good Neighbor Award from our Regional American Red Cross, and there's a nice photo there of some of our folks and presumably someone from the American Red Cross. But as importantly, we continue with our free smoke detector program. And as the flyer on the screen here reminds everyone, smoke alarms do save lives. So the fire department is offering to install smoke detectors for free for high-risk residents, again, to ensure proper fire protection systems and working alarms. So what you need to do is to call this phone number to schedule a smoke detector installation. The phone number is 805-982-7282. This is only available while supplies last, but last I checked, we have quite a few smoke detectors available, so we encourage everyone to call this number and see if you can schedule a time for us to come and provide a brand new smoke alarm and also to install it for you. And then next I have a very, very, very short video clip to share. Diego, if you can play that, please. And then I'll hand it over to the city attorney.
So those are playgrounds going into the different parks?
Yes, these are the new playground equipment that's been installed, and apparently for this video clip, you have to play your own soundtrack in your mind to
I think
whatever pleases you.
I think it's copyrighted music anyways from what I saw on social media, so.
Okay. It's on there.
Yeah.
So we'll go back. There you go. Johnson Creek,
Johnson.
Sarah Linda, Thompson Park.
Thompson Park.
We'll have that video at the next meeting, Mayor Pro Tem. And with that, my updates are complete, and I'll hand it over to the city attorney for the two formal items we have.
Thank you. That's H1 and H2.
Mayor, council, so on item H1, we are asking that the council adopt a resolution proclaiming the termination of the local emergency that was proclaimed so long ago due to COVID-19. And I have Deputy City Attorney Jason Zaragoza available if you have questions about that. But the primary reason for doing this at this point is that the governor has ended the state's state of emergency. So now we are recommending that the council follow suit.
Thank you. Council members, any questions of Jason? If not, we need a motion. Go ahead, Councilor Perillo.
Just one question, Assistant City Attorney Zaragoza. With respect to this, we do not jeopardize any potential funding from any state, federal, county sources by doing it this date?
Councilmember Perillo, members of the council, no. So the state of emergency was declared over at a statewide level by the governor on February 28th. There would not be any, I'm not sure if there's a specific, issue with regard to funding, but no.
Are there any funds that they have given us that they may be clawing back?
So there is, if you're referring to ARPA funding, there are deadlines associated with the spending of that funding through December of this year, December 2023. So there are deadlines associated with that, but what this does is simply terminates the existence of the local emergency consistent with the statewide emergency being terminated on February 28th. The ramifications of that are simply that any orders that hadn't already been rescinded that were issued by the Director of Emergency Services, so the city manager in that capacity, are now rescinded. But throughout the course of time, since March of 2020, when we began to have those orders in place, those had been rescinded already through various council actions. So this is simply a termination of local emergency consistent with the statewide emergency being terminated.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, do you have any speakers on this item, either virtually or here?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so we need a motion for this item.
I'll make the recommended action. Motion to approve the recommended action.
And motion by Perillo, second by Basua. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, our next item is H2, Mr. City Attorney.
So similar to the prior item, the time for this local emergency due to the severe storms from the end of the year and the beginning of this year, so not the current storm that we're in. There has been a series of severe storms, but the early January storms were particularly severe. And again, Deputy City Attorney Jason Zaragoza and Chief Hamilton on this one are available to discuss any specific questions you might have about that.
Okay, council members, any questions? Okay, if not, we need a motion. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Perillo.
Just one simple question. Are there any outstanding claims that we are still trying to attempt to recover? No?
No, not that I'm aware of. The fire department's working with FEMA to ensure the city's reimbursed for allowable storm related expenses when we responded to the storm at that time.
Thank you very much.
So we do have the chief, and also, Chief, you would want to add any additional comments on this item?
Councilmember Perillo, we actually had a meeting with the FEMA representative today, our first scoping meeting with the FEMA representative today. So we're just in the process of putting together the package that we'd be looking for reimbursements. The process is going to take quite some time, but our next, I think we're tentatively scheduled to have an in-person meeting in April to go over all our documentation.
Because I appreciate the information, because if there's any help that you need, please ask, so we don't lose an opportunity to get some recovery. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. And Chief, just a quick question. If you wouldn't mind just sharing some examples of some of the resources that were dedicated to this storm that was in question here. And I see our Public Works Director standing up too. But from a fire perspective, if we have that, and if there's anything you'd like to add, Mr. Wolf, as far as Public Works.
Absolutely. I'll let Mr. Wolf respond on the different parts of Public Works response to these storms. But for the fire department, we added additional staff in terms of an additional engine company on 3 different occasions. Mm-hmm. And then we also upstaffed a specialty swiftwater rescue team also on 3 different occasions between January 2nd and January 16th, I believe. So that was our staffing. And that's the majority of our costs that we'll be looking for reimbursement on.
Thank you.
Michael, do you have anything else you want to add? Public Works Director. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good evening, Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. So for Public Works, after hours, we have a traditional standby or on-call crews. We upstaffed those during the events to make sure we had coverage for certain activities, and most of that was obviously related to storm drain. We did have quite a bit of flooding, so our streets crews are out there, flooding signs. We also do additional staffing for pumps and improvements at the beach to make sure that the flooding doesn't occur there too bad. So most of ours is staffing, some of it's equipment. We also obviously had a big issue with the levee or the Santa Clara River and what happened on some of the roads there to the north side of the city. So we had staffing and equipment that was necessary to remove the debris that occurred on those. So mostly debris removal and staffing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure if we could discuss this, how are we doing with this current storm? Are we doing okay? I know that's been raining pretty diligently. Just 2 seconds, I know it's not part of the.
I have not received any calls today, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. So we need a motion for this item.
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Motion?
I'll move for approval.
Motion by Councilman Turan, second by Councilman Perrella. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item is item I, and this is city council members that might have some information, brief announcements that they might want to share with the public, or maybe any potential items they'd like to bring before the city council. In 3 minutes, we'll start off with Councilman Perrella.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mm-hmm. And it's good to see more people in the city council's chambers. Hopefully we'll get more of a crowd in the future, but thank you very much for those that are attending. Recently I had an opportunity to attend the Northside, I believe it's Pony League grant opening on Saturday, and also the Central Labor Council had an event at Plaza Park on the 1903 strike. Both of them very beneficial to this council member. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, when you go to one of these events, and I also went to the Sunset, but I didn't participate, I was there. I saw the numbers of kids in this city is amazing, but more amazing, the numbers of parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins. This city cares about its kids. And this city, and everything that is going on in this city, the tremendous impact, seeing something like that for me is that any action that I ever take in this seat impact kids and their parents and their relatives growing up. And I better pay attention to what I'm doing, and hopefully better have the best of interests for people in the future. And with that, I'd also like to say, anniversary of the Iraq War, 20 years. One thing about what I just said, facts and evidence and the truth matters. Our country's done a tremendous amount, a lot of good things, but there are some things that we're not, in my opinion, to be proud of. When we lose lives, take lives, ours and others, and make situations worse in the world, that's nothing to hang our hat on. As an elected official, you're supposed to do better than that, from top to bottom of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the outside committees that I sit on is the Los Angeles Regional Rail Authority. We manage the Amtrak service from San Diego to San Luis Obispo, commonly called the Pacific Surfliner. We've been dealing with a track subsidence in the San Clemente area for about the last 2 months now. We're pretty close to getting that track section back in order. And if you've been watching the news at all in the last week or so with the rainstorms, San Clemente had another landslide, another giveaway of the hillside. I don't think it's going to affect the track this time, but we're cautiously watching it. We're hoping that we should be back to full service by mid-March, I believe, or mid-April, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Basua?
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a while since I've given an update, but I was able to participate in earlier this month at Read Across America at Harrington School. I know I saw Councilmember Perello there, so thank you to Harrington School for the invitation. I also attended a neighborhood council at the Tierra Vista, and I want to congratulate our police department. They've been doing an amazing job with the neighborhood council there at Tierra Vista. That's all I have.
Thank you. Council Madrigal?
Thank you very much. Keep it short since it has been a while. One, please be safe. I know, careful with the rain. And two, more importantly on my part, I have a new baby nephew. So my sister had her third child. So maybe one day little Mateo would sit up here. So we'll see.
Thank you. Councilmember Tehran?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Councilwoman Basua for bringing up Read Across America because, that happened before our last meeting when we had the special election, and so I would have completely forgotten to mention that. So I do want to thank the staff at Kamala School, especially Dr. Martinez, who reached out for the opportunity to be at Read Across America for Kamala. I was happy to participate. And then I do also want to thank the AVID classes at Rio Mesa High School and their teacher, Miss Paige Anaya, for inviting me to come out and speak to 4 class periods about my role in the city council and how our city council and local government is structured, but then also tell them a little bit about my family's journey and what led my family and me to be here. And I'm hoping I was able to provide some insight to the young people in those classes to hopefully one day get involved, at least as a voter, or at most to be on this dais or other ones one day. I attended the Carriage Square Neighborhood Council last week, and I thank the city manager for coming out and speaking and providing his presentation, as well as Mr. Brian Yanes, who I see is here tonight, and Rebecca Guevara for their presentation on the bulky item pickup events that are coming up for that neighborhood. And for upcoming event on tomorrow, actually, March 22nd at 6 p.m. at Rio Vista Middle School, we will have a District 2 Town Hall meeting, and that main presentation will be the city manager's presentation on the key to Oxnard, and I'm hoping that we'll have a good turnout. Know that it's on Zoom as well, so no matter what the weather looks like, you can watch from home, or you can come out and ask questions in person and see the presentation in person as well. So again, that's March 22nd, 6 p.m. at Rio Vista Middle School. And you can go to the city's webpage or the social media accounts to see the flyer for the Zoom information. And along with Councilmember Perello, I did also attend the commemoration for the 120th anniversary of the Oxnard strike of 1903. Mr. Gomez had mentioned it briefly in his remarks as well. I invite folks who are listening to go look that up and read about that, because it was a pivotal moment in labor history in the United States, and it happened right here in Oxnard and really catalyzed a lot of things that came after. And I've seen a lot of discussion online about the water rates mailer that came out, and I invite folks to watch the any of the 4 public meetings that happened. 2 of them were on a Saturday, 2 of them were at night, and at the one on May 2nd, where we have you, if you review the information and still would like to fill out a protest form, as is afforded to you by Prop 218, folks are welcome to do so, but I do encourage them to view the videos. I have shared those with folks, and there have been some who have said, oh, okay, I get it, it makes sense. So those are available. You can see them on the city's YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/Oxnard News. Go and you'll find all the videos relating to water rates and those studies that we've done. And lastly, I have just 2 requests for future agenda items. One is something that came up with this council just at the end of last year in 2022. I'd just like to request a discussion with this council about project labor agreement and or a community workforce agreement, and hoping that can come back to us later this year. And then the second thing, we had a member of the public who emailed all of us about his concerns with homelessness in the city of Oxnard. He had a lot of great things to say about living in the city of Oxnard. I appreciated that. And he expressed concerns about homelessness and wanted to know what the current efforts are. And I sent him a link to the most recent comprehensive update we had from our housing department on our efforts around homelessness. And I realize next month, April, will be a year since we had that update. So I'd like to request another comprehensive update, just an annual update on the services that we are doing to address homelessness and serve our unhoused population. And so hoping to see that at a future council meeting. And those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Also, I'd like to share that I had the opportunity to go to Chrissy McCullough for the Read Across America. And I talked to the 3rd and 4th graders, and I want to tell you that we are in good hands. Those kids are so smart, it's just unbelievable. But I was not the most popular person there, because I went to the 2nd, 3rd grade school, and one little kid was saying, Mr. Mayor says, are you related to Michael? He says, Michael? Who's Michael? Michael Wolf. He's a public works director. Yes, and he was so good, it was unbelievable, because my name is Michael too. So after a while, they were just talking about Michael. They'd care less what I was sharing. But anyway, I think it's important that our staff goes to the different neighborhood councils and different schools. So I just want to commend you, Michael, for that, because you were the star there. But anyway, it was great to talk to read to those kids, Read Across America, which is really great. Additionally, as I mentioned before, I had the opportunity to go to the Pony League with Mr. Lemos. Mr. Paul Lemos invited me to be there to make a little presentation on opening day for them. And I want to thank the assistant, Chris Williamson, our assistant police chief. He was there and made an excellent presentation, including our council member Perello for the 1st District. And it was great. They had excellent music. They had mariachis. They had all kinds of stuff that was really, really great. So great opportunity. But it was a very cold morning too. But anyway, additionally, from there on, I went ahead and went over to Sunset Little League at Durley Park. We had the celebration of naming one of the fields there, the Helen Lopez Field, for the minor league, which is really, really great. Helen Lopez has been there was there for about 38 years, and she really helped thousands of kids, boys and girls there in baseball. And again, assistant Chris Williamson was there. And of course, then also one of our commissioners, Mr. Miguel Fernandez was there too. And I also want to commend our association, police association. They went up and donated $1,000, for the kids there at Sunset Little League. And again, it was just a great opportunity. And I want to thank Andrew, the current president of Sunset. He went and thanked everybody, including the city manager, including the parks, including every single person, all the council members, and how they have helped the Sunset Little League. So, and again, the Public Works, for one of the things that they were concerned about was restrooms, and they came out. Michael, your people came out with some excellent restrooms there. They were really nice and clean with a wash basin and everything. So it was really, really a great ceremony. So thank you for that. And that's all I have. And Councilman Perello?
Yes, great forgetfulness on my part. It is a while since we've had an opportunity to speak. I want to thank Councilmember Basua for mentioning the Read Across America. I did have the opportunity to attend two schools, Harrington and Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing that brings you down back to earth when they put you in front of 30 kindergartners and then 29 first graders, and they can ask some really good questions. It was a tremendous opportunity, and I'm very grateful to those schools. And my omission didn't mention at the very beginning. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, absolutely, thank you. Councilor Turan?
My apologies, Mayor. Thank you for just another few seconds here. I just wanted to share that although in a previous item here, we just voted to terminate the local emergency for COVID-19, and on February 20th, that expired for the governor's order in the state of California, and the county's done the same. I would just like to remind folks that although these administrative steps have happened, please, if you are not feeling well, don't go to work, don't send your kids to school. Please remember to practice good hand hygiene. We are still in the midst of the pandemic, whether you think it's a tail end or we're still in the middle of it. I just need you to know it's still in existence, and there are still vulnerable people in our community who, if they catch it, may have a harder time getting over it or may not get over it. And so I just want to remind folks of that, regardless of what the administrative steps have been taken by this body.
Well, thank you for that reminder. That's extremely important. Our next item is F1. This is City Manager. This is appointment member to serve in the City Parks, Recreation, Community, and Service Commission. And the recommendation that the mayor, with the approval of the City Council, appoint Oscar Hernandez to serve on the Parks and Rec Commission Services Commission representing the 5th District. And we do have, this was a Measure M recorded presentation by Sherry Klima. So, council members, any concerns, items on this? Do we need a motion on this item? Any speakers on this item, either virtually or here?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so a motion by Councilman Basua, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is a review of the info consent items, and we have 1 to 12 items. And just a reminder, we're going to remove L3 from the consent items. Okay, Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to state for the record, for Madam Clerk, that I will be recusing myself from item L2 on our info consent agenda. And just for full disclosure, this agreement between the Oxnard School District and the City of Oxnard, I just completed some consulting work for my full-time day job with the Oxnard School District. However, the funds that we're using to partner with the school district and what they used for my work are completely separate. But out of an abundance of caution, I am just going to recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you so much. So we have, let me see, Councilor Perrello, any questions on this item?
I would like to, on measure beg your pardon, item L12, the measure oversight. I know we have a staff report, but if there's anything that the staff would like to bring to our attention about Measure O and the funds and the direction of that committee, it's significant to the city of Oxnard. It's significant, the attacks that have been placed against Measure O. And I think it's worth, if there's anything that they want to bring forward, to bring forward.
Okay, Cindy, so we don't have any speakers on this item, or?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any speakers virtually or in person for this item.
So, Councilor Perrello?
Ms. Klima, is there anything that we want to share with the public beyond? I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor Kim. Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to share with the council or the members of the public beyond what the Measure O committee and the Measure M deal put on?
Nothing comes to mind, council member, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, then I'm satisfied. That's all I want, another opportunity. Again, I appreciate the fact that Measure O is there. I certainly hope that we can keep Measure O to its life expectancy. And I greatly appreciate all the people that are in Measure O doing the work that they're doing.
And thank him too for the excellent work. Thank you so much. Okay, so we need a motion?
I would move approval info consent as amended.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Madrigal, and again, this L3 is removed, and then we have a recusal from item 2 by Councilman Turan. Please vote.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can just point out as well that item L6 is an Oxnard Housing Authority item, so you're voting with that hat on.
For that too also. Do we have any of the commissioners on virtual at all?
We do not have any Housing Authority commissioners present.
So we're
Thank
voting
you,
for
Mayor.
that, for the Housing Authority and City Council. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item is item M1. And this is the time and place to set for a public hearing item on M1 Housing Department. Subject is public hearing for the issuance of an exempt facility bonds for Casa Aliento apartments. The recommendation is the City Council, 1, conduct a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA, hearing regarding the issuance of tax-exempt bonding financing not to exceed $22 million by the California Statewide Community Development Authority, CSCDA, for the benefit of Casa Aliento, LP, to provide financing for the acquisition, construction, and improvement and equipping of a 70-unit multifamily rental unit project located at 1245 North Oxnard Boulevard, known as Casa Aliento Apartments, the bonds, and 2, adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by CSCDA. And we start off with the city clerk's certification and publication and any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on February 23, 2023. And the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And staff, in accordance with the Measure M, we posted a video presentation regarding this item, and the staff is available for any brief clarification, questions that council might have at this time. And then council will not deliberate until after the close of this item. So we have our Director Ramirez for any brief questions that the city council might have at this time. Council members, any questions at this time? Okay, then, thank you then. There's no questions. So I'm not going to open the public hearing, testimony portion of this item. And members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website. And any person that did not sign up may do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda of this meeting and on the city's website, the oxnard.org city meetings. And speakers have 3 minutes to speak at this time. And do we have any speakers at this item, on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, if we don't have any public speakers on this item, then I'm going to close the public hearing on this item, and I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I'd like to make a comment if I can.
A comment? Yes, sir.
I just want to remind people, because it's been a while since we've done one of these TEFRA hearings, that this is a ministerial hearing that's required by the state of California on this body, but we're not obligated in any way, shape, or form to have a financial part of this process. It's just a requirement that it come through us, but all the financing and bonding and everything else is done by the individual group that has requested the TEFRA hearing.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we need a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilman Perrello. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Our next item, this is item M2. This is the time and place set for the public hearing on item M2, the Housing Department. Subject is a public hearing for the issuance of exempt facility bonds for Vintage at the Lockwood Apartments. The recommendation is the City Council, 1, conduct a Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act, TEFRA hearing regarding the issuance of a tax-exempt bond financing not to exceed $75 million by the California State Community Development Authority, CSCDA, for the benefit of Vintage at the Lockwood LP to provide financing for acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping a 341-unit multi-family rental housing project located at the Outlet Center Drive and Lockwood Street, known as the Vintage and Lockwood Apartments, the bonds. 2, adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bond by SCSDA. And we start off with the city clerk's certification and publications and any written communication, if any. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on February 23rd, 2023, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And in accordance with the Measure M we posted a video presentation regarding this item, and staff is available for any brief clarification, questions that council might have at this time. And council will not deliberate on this hearing until the close of this item. Council members might have any questions at that time. So we do have Director Ramirez for any questions that the council might have at this time. Okay, if not, then we'll open the public testimony at this time. At the testimony portion hearing, members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website, and any person who did not sign up may do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting at the city's council website, oxnard.org, city meetings. And speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item, either virtually or here?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing. Thank you.
Okay, so then I'm closing the public hearing. Council members, do you have any comments or any items at this time? If not, I entertain a motion. Councilman
Second.
Basua, second by Councilor Ron. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, our next item, this is M3, public hearing at this time, and place it for a public hearing on item M3, Housing Department. Subject to 5-year public housing agency, PHA plan, the annual housing plan and capital fund program for the 5-year action plan for low rent public housing. The recommendation is that the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, 1, conduct a public hearing to receive comments concerning the 4th year of the 5-year PH plan and the 2023 capital fund budget and the capital fund 5-year action plan. 2, to adopt a resolution. 3, approving the 2023 annual agency plan, 5-year PH plan for the Housing Authority. And B, to authorize and directing the chairman to execute the Department of Housing Urban Public Department Housing Certification Compliance Certification, Housing Compliance with HUD's policy and procedures. C, authorizing the housing director to execute and submit all reports, documents, and all other certifications required to comply with the policies and procedures of the Department of Housing Urban Development regarding the annual housing plan for the 5-year PH plan. And D, to approve the 2023 capital fund budget and capital fund 5-year action plan, and the authorizing the housing director to accept and expend funds as indicated in the 2023 capital fund budget and capital fund 5-year plan. And we start off with a secretary designee, our city clerk, certification and publications and any written communications, if any. Madam Secretary, do we have any?
Chair Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on March 2nd, 2023, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And staff, in accordance with Measure M, there was a posted video presented regarding this item, and people that are to answer any clarifying questions by the commissioners that they may have before we take any public testimony. Commissioners will not deliberate on this public hearing until the close of escrow. Do any commissioners have any questions at this time? Of Mr. Director, okay, we have Councilman Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for the presentation. Because of Measure M, it's prohibited that the public see the live presentation tonight. But I'm hoping, I saw that there were 2 questions that were summarized in the presentation. I'm hoping you can just address those for the public to view tonight. At minimum, we can at least do that without reenacting the presentation and violating Measure M.
Thank you, Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The 2 questions that Councilman Duran asks about do need to be at least highlighted. The plan that is before you is a fairly standard procedural issue that we must submit to HUD. But within that plan, in this case, we are proposing 2 items that have been a matter of discussion before the City Council and the Commission over the past year. The first of those items is the adoption of a homeless preference, or a limited homeless preference, wherein a person that qualifies for that preference, they would receive 1 point in their review of their application from the Standard Housing Choice Voucher Program. This would be separate from whatever special purpose voucher that we might apply for, like EHV or Mainstream. So that is in the plan now. It was considered at the committee on the 14th of February, and for that matter has been an item of conversation for quite some time. The second is the desire, the plan, the proposal to undertake a project-based program of vouchers. So as you, I'm sure, know, there is a very low vacancy of units, rental units in the city of Oxnard, California for that matter, that makes it difficult for voucher holders to lease up. In other words, use their voucher in a place that causes them to accomplish housing stability. One of the methods of assisting that barrier is to produce more units, just to build more units. And one viable method of financing the production of more affordable units is to project-base those vouchers, because that causes for a guarantee of the rent and therefore more financeable of the building of those rental units. So those are the 2 main things that we have added to this year's version of the plan. It's not, neither of those 2 things are rare. In fact, they're very common amongst housing authorities throughout the country. A lot of people, I would say, housing authorities have a homeless preference, and most undertake a project-basing program. I'm happy to answer any questions. We do have, I should mention, we have project-based in the past. Ormond Beach, for example, Second and B. There are a few others that we have project-based. And second, we do have a version of a homeless preference, not really, we call it a set-aside. And we have other preferences that we also have adopted, farm worker, for example, residents of the city of Oxnard, things like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, so now at this time, I'm going to open the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website, and any person who did not sign up may do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda, and also on the city website, and also on the oxnard.org/meetings. And speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item, virtually or in person?
Chair Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing. And just so that the board knows, this is also a housing authority item.
Thank you. Okay, so if not, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. Okay, commissioners, do you wish to make any additional comments on this item? If not, I need a motion. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Perello.
I want to thank all the people who work in the housing department. The housing authority and the task that they have is a job, and people get paid for doing their job. But there's a lot of things that go into this area of our city. And with the current issue that's been ongoing of homeless and all the attempts to improve the lives of people that need help, I want to take my hat off to the management of this department and the people that work in this department, because it's tremendously better, in my opinion, from when I first came on this council. They're doing a better job. I think the task is, I think it's harder than it was at that time. The homelessness issue has grown and grown. And as a member of the council, one of the first things, if people want to talk to me and they bring up, what am I doing to fix homeless? What am I doing to fix homeless? Well, it's not a magic bullet. There's no magic bullet. And we have people in the city of Oxnard that work for the city of Oxnard, the residents of Oxnard, that are doing their damnedest to fix things. And I want to thank everybody, my hat's off to. Please pass it on to your people. It's appreciated. And I know I'm not just speaking for myself. I know the entire council appreciates what we're doing. And it's a situation that tomorrow there's still going to be people in need of help, and you're busting your tail to try to get that help to them, and the problem is not going away, and you're still at it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You truly have an amazing team.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is public hearing, item M4, and this is,
We need
I'm
to act
sorry.
on-
Okay, I'm getting ahead of my time. Okay, we need a motion to approve this.
We'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, first by Council Perrella, second by Council Saran. Please vote.
Mayor, may I please have clarification? I have a motion by Councilmember Perrello.
And second by Councilman Saran.
Thank you.
Commissioners. Please vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item then, and this is a public hearing for item M4. And this is the time and place to set a public hearing, item on M4, the housing departments. Subject as the third amendment to the 2021-22 Annual Action Plan to incorporate Supplemental Home American Rescue Plan, ARP funding. And the recommendation of the City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing to receive public comments related to the Home ARP Allocation Plan. And 2, to approve the Home ARP Allocation Plan as a third amendment to the 2021-22 Action Plan. And 3, authorize the city manager and his designee to submit the third amendment to the 2021-22 Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, including the required applications, certifications, and other pertinent documents to complete the submitted items for federal approval. And 4th, authorize the city manager and his designee to approve the appropriations to the Home American Rescue Plan funding for staff operations, approval of projects related to consulting contracts not to exceed $2,772,021. And 5, and authorize the city manager's designee to execute appropriate agreements with the Home American Rescue Plan partners, consultants, contractors to allow the use in the administration of funds and allow the adjustments of any future funding needs to exceed the 10% of awards if the program require more or less funding to meet their objectives. So we start off with the city's clerk certification and publication and a written communication. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Vida newspaper on February 16th, 2023, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Staff, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item and are available to answer any brief clarifying questions that the council may have before we take public testimony on this item. And the city council will deliberate, after the public hearing is closed. And do you have any questions or concerns? None at all? Okay, so then we are going to open the public hearing, testimony portion of this item. And again, as I mentioned before, if we have any public members are invited to sign up for this item. And they do have the city website, and they can sign up by doing so, as posted on the agenda, and also on the oxnard.org council meetings. And the speakers have 3 meetings to do so. And do we have any speakers on this item? No?
Do we have any virtual speakers? Thank you. Mayor, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so then I'm going to close the public hearing, and do council members have any questions, or if not, we entertain a motion to this item? None at all? Motion by Councilmember Perrello, second by Councilmember Madrigal. Please vote.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez and staff.
Thank you, sir.
Our next item, this is a public hearing, March 21, 2023, City Council M5. And this is the time and place for a public hearing on item M5, Community Development Department. Subject is a freeway adjacent digital display billboards ordinance. The project location is at US Highway 101, adjacent to property within the city of Oxnard city limits. And the recommendations is the City Council, one, conduct a public hearing and take any action identified under one of the following two options. Option one is staff recommendation action, allowing up to 4 freeway adjacent digital display billboards at least 100 feet away from the residentially zoned parcels and at least 2,000 feet away from the freeway adjacent digital display billboards. And two, approve a resolution adopting the mitigation negative declaration MD 22-01. And B, introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving any further readings and approving the planning and zoning permit number 20-580-06, zoning text amendment allowing the freeway adjacent digital display billboards within the city of Oxnard by amending the specific plan provision Article 1X of the Chapter 16 of the City Code, subject to certain findings. Or Option two, Planning Commission recommendation allowing up to 3 freeway adjacent digital display billboards of at least 200 feet away from the residentially zoned parcels and at least 2,500 feet from the freeway adjacent digital display boards. And A, approve a resolution adopting the mitigation negative deck and declaration MD 22-01. And B, introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving the further reading approval of the planning zone permit 20-580-6, zoning text amendment allowing the freeway adjacent digital display billboards within the city of Oxnard by amending the specific provisions of Article 1X of Chapter 16 of the Oxnard City Code adjacent to certain findings. We start off with the city clerk's certification and publication and written communications, if any.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on March 9th, 2023, and the city clerk's office did receive written communications on this item and have been forwarded to council for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And do any council members have any ex parte communications or any other disclosures regarding this item to be placed on the record? So members have any ex parte contacts? Can you disclose them at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I did have one discussion with a business representative from Clear Channel Communications. It was a general discussion. No promises were asked for. No promises were made.
Council Perrello?
Yes, 2 members of our community, Mr. Spellman and Mrs. Godwin, reached out to me. I echo what Mayor Pro Tem said. They didn't ask me to commit, and I did not. Thank you.
I had conversation with one member, and I received a few emails, but no promises. Again.
I spoke with Mr. Hugh McManigal. No promises are made.
Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. I also had a couple of conversations with Mr. McManigal as well, and have received comments from members of the River Park neighborhood, as well as a comment from a resident of Ventura who's planning to speak tonight as well, I believe. And then similar to my colleague, also had a conversation with a representative from Billboard Company, although that is not the item before us, but I do want to make that, I want to be transparent about that conversation as well. In all conversations, no commitments or promises are made.
Thank you. And I also had a conversation with Fredo Plasencia from Radio Lazar, and his comments were to hopefully that we can assist the downtowners. Okay, so then staff, in accordance with Mayor M., posted a video presentation regarding this item and are available to answer any brief clarifying questions that the City Council may have at this time. And the City Council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. And if any council members have any questions, we do have any brief clarifying questions. We do have, at this time, we do have our staff, Mr. Pearson. And do you have any questions of Mr. Pearson?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I have one question for Mr. Fisher. I've always considered ex parte communications as a communication with someone that's directly involved in the placement of this thing. I also talked with Mr. Plasencia, I've talked with a couple other people, but I did not consider them as ex parte, rather because they had no financial interest or potential financial interest. So do I need to report those also, or am I good?
Yes, I'm happy to address this. The matter before the City Council right now is the ordinance which would, if approved, would allow up to 4 digital billboards along the freeway. So the parties that would benefit from this are, potentially at least, are Clear Channel and Outfront Foster. So to the extent that the members of the City Council have had any communications with representatives of those entities, those should be disclosed at this time.
So those would be the ex parte, and other input from community members would not be ex parte, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilman Perillo.
Then I need to correct, I have not had any conversations with anybody directly involved in this, just members of the public. So do I need to remove that from the record, or what do I do? I've erred on this. I'm very grateful the Mayor Pro Tem has asked this clarification.
Yeah, over disclosure is never an issue, but to the extent that you did have communications with those 2 billboard companies or their representatives, that should be disclosed now. But if you didn't, you've already disclosed all you need to disclose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rizal. Thank you.
Okay, so I will now, I'm going to open the public testimony portion of this public hearing. And members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website and in person. Those people that did not sign up can sign up now by following the agenda on this meeting, and also by looking at our city website under oxnard.org city meetings. And the speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers other than the speakers that I have here?
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza. We have 4 speakers in person and 2 virtual speakers, public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with the current speakers that are here is Mr. Hugh Miguel. Hugh? Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, council members, city manager and staff. I am Hugh McManigal, and I'm a local business owner.
Mhm.
And I wanted to speak at this portion of it because I know what we're going to talk about pretty much covers the next 3 agenda items. I also work with the Oxnard Auto Center, and I'd like to start by reading a letter on behalf of the dealers. Dear council members, the Oxnard Auto Center Association would like to convey to the council their opposition to the proposal of adding multiple out-of-market controlled electronic billboards along the 101 freeway. Since our learning of this plan some years ago, we've had roughly a dozen meetings with city staff and past council members, including the past mayor and mayor pro tem, in hopes of learning and understanding the scope and impact on our community and the local businesses, unfortunately, without much success. We believe now that the city is willing to, for the sake of minimal returns, initiate irreversible plans and agreements that in no way reflect the values and visions of our fair city, nor are they in the best long-term interests of this or future generations. We respectfully ask that you, our elected officials, put the brakes on this burden. And if necessary, we urge you to please consider other business and community-minded alternatives.
Thank you for your service and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, I'm sorry.
Do I have more time?
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Do I have, oh, here's my timer right here, yes.
You got a minute?
That was just the letter from the association.
No,
A
okay,
couple
no,
quick
you got,
other
I'm
things.
sorry, you got
I
a,
know your time's valuable, and perhaps you weren't able to listen.
my
to the-
apologies, go ahead.
Oh, no, please, excuse me. Perhaps you weren't able to listen to the 3.5 hours of the Planning Commission discussion and deliberations, but I'd like to make a couple, insert a couple of quotes from the commissioner's comments. And some of those were, it's hard to sell the public that we need this, that there's a benefit to these boards. Another comment was, in LA, these boards are prominent in industrial areas, not in cities, which are community-oriented. Also, one other comment was, it doesn't make any sense, it's not needed as an aesthetically repulsive. And then the last comment I'm going to make is, the time has come and passed, and this should die a quick and quiet death. Now, believe me, I understand the money sounds good, and having a few frames up on the sign sounds good, but be acutely aware that the trade-off and payoff is by no means in our favor. So with the remainder of my time, I'd like to make a couple of quick points. These types of huge billboards don't belong in a beautiful coastal community like ours. You have to ask why we would give away so much control over us to out-of-market companies for 30 years. These types of large billboards will not benefit our city's image and local business or our citizens. And because of Measure E, we don't need this anymore. If anything, we need a well-designed and executed sign program that'll boost local businesses and tax revenue. Thank you very much for your time, and we only have one chance to get this right. I hope we do. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much,
I have
Councilman
one
Morello.
question to the speaker. What's the date of the letter?
The date of the letter was March 17th.
Thank you. And I have one comment for the rest of the council.
Go ahead.
The word payoff can mean a lot of things, and I hope that you did not mean it in a derogatory way.
Excuse me, I don't understand the comment.
You used the word payoff. I hope you did not mean it in a derogatory way.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, that's my clear. Thank you.
Oh, no, sir,
Thank you.
that was a bad choice of words. I apologize, but that isn't what I meant at all. I meant trade-off and pay out, being in your favor.
Next time, use the word pay out instead of payoff.
I meant to say, pay out isn't on my words. I certainly didn't mean that at all.
Well, thank you for your testimony.
For any
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Spellman.
Good evening. Good to see you all. My name is Mark Spellman. For more than 20 years, I have and continue to participate with, promote, and even volunteer my time on boards and committees that over a dozen different organizations that benefit this great city. Yet I'm not here on any of their behalf. I'm here because I care deeply about Oxnard, and I'm speaking from my heart. Why? Because I work more hours here in Oxnard than I do sleep in my own bed in Thousand Oaks. Yes, I work in Oxnard downtown for a minority-owned and operated media company, an Oxnard-based company that began here more than 30 years ago, a graduate from Port Hueneme School who employs local employees to create local economic growth for our community. Community is like-minded individuals of shared beliefs, goals, values, purpose, responsibilities, and communication. I am speaking here tonight because I feel the council should not move forward with these proposals or ordinances until we give the people on the other side of this equation a chance to show you a much better solution. I'm here tonight because the city is looking to place billboards along the corridor, an item that was concocted during a time when the city was so far down in the red that they were on the verge of bankruptcy. The city of Oxnard was being said in the same sentence as San Bernardino and Vallejo. Because of Measure E and the windfall of grant money, Oxnard doesn't need to rush into this partnership. We should not move forward at this time with the intention of partnering with outside firms that don't care what goes on those billboards. They will only care about the revenue they can generate for 30 years. Oxnard will get the short end of the stick. The city of Oxnard is not in the media business. A primary purpose of city government is economic development. Encouraging local growth is a key activity of our city government. Do you really want to create a 30-year partnership with big out-of-state sales media companies that don't care about creating local jobs? Where's the benefit for our city's image? These companies are offering $150,000 a sign for 30 years. A fixed price for 30 years is very foolish and short-sighted. A monumental loss of potential revenue our hardworking taxpayers deserve. Where's the adjusted increase for the city? Could you imagine how much money you're not going to make? You know how this works, right? Oxnard is part of an LADMA. Netflix is going to come in and say, I want to buy LA advertising. They're going to put those signs out here in Oxnard, and those will not generate any revenue for our community. They're only a set of eyeballs to us. This is not a good deal for our community. The best way we can bring tax revenue to the city is to keep this local because we have a vested interest. We only have one chance to get it right. Please don't sell our community short. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Brown.
This has been an interesting evening and a lot of projects that have been noticed, and nobody complained or anything. Nobody even got up to say anything a number of times. I don't see that happening very often around here. Usually there's a lot of negativity, and people, you think, well, when they get outside, I hope they don't hit each other, or cause a fight or whatever. So that's phenomenal. That's come a record of that many, one after another in one evening. It's really something. What I want to speak about is, I know you're going to say you're an old lady. You're going to be 82 here shortly, and you just don't understand. That's what people are going to say. It probably is true. The sound.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. I have driven on the freeway coming out here a number of times. When the traffic in front of me gets screech, stop, for no good reason other than they want to read those signs on the north side of the freeway so that they know, and then it's, where do we find the nearest exit so we can get off and go shopping there? What we really need, because this causes accidents, what we really need is on the freeway, those green signs with the white writing on them. We need a couple of those up with the list of the names of these places and how many miles it is to that location and what off-ramp do they take. Now, we will have to pay for it because the Aviation Museum, when we wanted freeway signs for the Aviation Museum at Camarillo Airport, we had to pay for that. We had to pay every dime. And even though we were a nonprofit, we had to pinch pennies and, go around with our hand open. So we'd have to pay for it, but I think it would cause a lot less trouble when we get to where there's already all these big signs and you're just going to add more to it. Those need to go down too with the same thing on the freeway. And I think it would be a lot safer. It's not that I don't want the stuff there. Oh, yes. But the signs, great. I love them. But we get too much traffic and they start screeching up and, when they shouldn't. And you're looking there and you think, why are they stopping in front of me? There's nobody in front of them. Why are they doing this?
Thank you,
It
Pat.
happens a lot. Thank you.
Pat. Thank you. Our next speaker is Spence Dorman. Spence? I'm reading, I can't read your, you're right, it was a little scribble there.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City of Oxnard, Mayor, Council, appreciate you, staff. Also want to say hello to the city residents that are here, and also want to give a shout out to OPD for providing safety. My name is Spencer Norn. I'm a proud Ventura, California resident, former Parks and Rec Commissioner, current PTO president of Cabrillo Middle School, also stands for PTO in certain ways. Give you a quick, brief understanding of why I'm here this evening to talk about this very important topic, about the culture of our county. Mr. Zaragoza, being a former supervisor, you know that very well, of what it feels like to come down the Canal grade, come through Camarillo, Oxnard, Ventura, get up onto the Santa Barbara, right? Going north on the 101 is so magical. And I came today to preserve some of that culture and talk about maybe some of my history and my past to maybe hopefully influence council to know you already have a great thing. You have a good thing with the collection and the new branding and iconic signs that you have there with the vertical towers and the palm trees. You have the auto dealership, which has called themselves the Big Sign for, I believe, decades now. So respecting a current branding and marketing, which I believe is one of your biggest tax bases, would also be something that would be very respected. And also that space that is nice and dark, still between Camarillo and Oxnard, which we all know is our great agricultural land, preserving our history. And some of my history also comes through from when my family came here in the 20s. My great-grandmother came here from Meeteetse, Wyoming, into Port Hueneme. My grandfather, Lloyd Niles, graduated Oxnard High School in 1937. He was part of the original staff on Southern California Edison, and then also built his home on the original plot in Island Acres on Eucalyptus Drive, where my family ended up living for over 80 years. So my history on my mom's side is deep. My dad goes in the Norn family in Ventura with Norn's Market, providing customer service through the grocery business for over 35 years. Again, sharing some of the culture and the importance of please not bringing these billboards into your community. I don't know the in-depthness of your history and the way you made that process, but I know right now Oxnard is going in a positive direction, especially in the old Wagon Wheel area, which was always family fun. A corridor and a heartthrob of this county going up Santa Clara River and respecting that area, the wildlife, the nature, coming into Ventura, going into Oxnard, and not, let's say, watering down how beautiful the 805 is. I don't think we need these signs because we have signs here with the auto dealership in Ventura. This would almost be, I see, a friendly in a sense, and I'm here on myself, speaking on behalf of Ventura Forward, which is a social media platform with over 5,000 followers, and we're very active in the community to say we have a good thing with our relationship between Ventura, Oxnard, and the county. Respect your culture. Don't water it down with signs everywhere, especially in the Wagon Wheel area. A bright sign next to those houses that we just put right there. Let's respect the residents right there without the signs. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Nancy Lindholm. Is she available or is she virtual?
Mayor Zaragoza, she's available virtually.
Okay, Nancy Lindholm, 3 minutes.
Nancy, please press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead,
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Nancy Lindholm, President and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, which is the Chamber of Commerce serving the communities of Oxnard and Camarillo. I wasn't able to attend the Planning Commission meeting on this item, but I did watch the recording. The commission seemed to struggle with consideration of the ordinance addressing electronic billboards versus items that would be included in a development agreement. So they were kind of in the weeds with the specifics. I wanted to just step back, going back to the origination of the concept of electronic billboards, which was nearly 4 years ago. It appears the city was courting or inviting these billboard companies to bring state-of-the-art technology to Oxnard. And I'm quite concerned that with the passage of Measure E, it may have changed the approach to this item. As I have previously mentioned, questioned, whatnot, this distinguished council, do you want Oxnard to be known in economic development circles for a city that invites investors in, but then changes the rules or withdraws their interest after those companies have made substantial financial investments? Just something for you to think about. I believe the professional city staff has done a great deal of research on this matter and encourage the council to adopt option 1 on this item. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Good evening.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any additional speakers virtually or in the audience?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have 1 speaker virtually ending in phone number 0218. Speakers with phone number ending in 0218, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Steve Nash, resident of Oxnard.
And good evening, Mayor, council members, Mr. Nguyen, and staff. This is a difficult issue. The whole focus of my time on community service on the Planning Commission has been trying to upgrade, if you will, the beauty of our built landscape. Our natural landscape is to me, second to none. If you are ever on the Oxnard Boulevard overpass, when there's snow on the Topa Ridge and those Padres Forest mountains back there, it's just astounding. It's so beautiful. And now we're being asked to put up little billboards, which over the course of 30 years, literally tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of drivers will see these signs entering and leaving Oxnard, and many of them will go, what the hell is Oxnard thinking, putting these signs up here? I will certainly ask that question of myself for as long as I live in this area. And I know Mr. Nguyen is desperate for this money, and I understand that. People have demands. They want their ball fields, they want their public safety, they want their roads paved. But I just cannot personally accept these signs as the answer. I know you all have a difficult decision to make tonight, and I can't really tell you how to vote on this, but there is a concern about what we are doing to our, as I mentioned before, our built environment. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and happy spring, everyone, and good night.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers, virtually or in person?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. So then I'm going to close the public hearing. And council members, any comments? I would like to ask a couple of comments on this item. I know that there's been information that we have enough funding now with Measure E and that the city does not need any additional funding. But my understanding is that the signs will bring in about $300,000 a year, number one. And I can't remember how many, $7 or $10 million over the lifetime of this project. One of the things too that I want to remind our folks that Measure O is going to be sunsetting. And Measure O is going to be sunsetting, and as was mentioned before, we always need funding for public safety. We need funding for projects that our residents need here in Oxnard. And I personally believe we'd never have enough funding to really help the community of Oxnard. So I believe that we need funding, whether it's $300,000 a year or $7+ or $10 million over the life of this project, which I think is extremely important because sales taxes, property taxes, and the city runs by that type of funding, that type of revenues. And if we don't have the type of revenues, then later on we're going to find ourselves without any funding, which I think is extremely important that we look at that. And I'm really right now at this time, I'm sure that other council members have some additional information, but I'm kind of leaning towards option one. But Councilman Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Nash hit it right on the head. It's going to be a difficult decision, but I look at it a little bit differently. And if you drive, most people call it northbound on 101 from Camarillo through Oxnard to Ventura. It's actually westbound, but that's semantics. And I encourage people to look off to the side of the road and see what's there and count the number of billboards that are out there. This is not necessarily a new option, but rather an improvement of an option that's been there for I don't know how long. There's a lot of billboards out there. Some of them are decent looking, some of them are good looking, and others are rather ugly. And I hate to disparage any particular people, but when you drive by an older billboard where it's rained and the paper's falling off or it's not painted, and so I guess one of my comments would be is if we go down this road, what's the opportunity to remove some of the older, more decrepit advertisements that are out there in, with a newer, higher tech system? And again, we've been talking about this for almost 4 years and haven't heard a whole lot of comments, and all of a sudden, oh, you're moving too fast, you're doing this. And I appreciate those comments. And no matter which way we go, somebody's going to think we made the wrong decision. That's welcome to the life of politics, but that's another story for another day. Is there an opportunity here to replace older, worn-out systems with newer, more modern systems that are easier to control? And one of the things that I've asked staff about, and one of the questions I get all the time is, during the day it's not too big a deal, but at night these things are really bright. And the answer is, yeah, they really are really bright, but they're scaled so that as the prevalent light or the ambient light outside goes down, thus the intensity on the billboards can go down too. So it doesn't spill over into the residential area, or potentially won't spill over into the residential area if the intensity is controlled later on at night. And who needs a 3 million watt light on at 2 a.m. in the morning? I don't think that's doing a lot of good advertising. So I know that there are other people that would be interested in getting in to the potential of doing this, but this is a huge area, a huge undertaking, and it's not something where you just go out one day and say, I think I'm going to buy a billboard and put it on the freeway somewhere or in a commercial shopping center. It's a huge undertaking. So I'm torn, but I'm leaning towards option number one. Not that I don't disagree with some of the people I've talked to in the last few weeks about having these things out there, but I would really like to see a process where if one goes in, another one comes out, so that it's not just a forest of billboards, be it electronic or physical, up and down the freeway, that we get rid of the old and come in with the new, and maybe there is an opportunity to improve our community. I just don't know, but it's going to be a challenge. But some people make it sound like, oh my God, they're going to bring billboards into the city of Oxnard along the freeway. Well, I encourage you, next time you're out and around, drive down the freeway. They're there. And again, some of them are good looking, some of them are not so good looking. So it's going to be a challenge, but Mayor, I have to say that I'm at this point leaning towards option number one. So thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I want to respond to some of the comments that were made, specifically comments from Mr. Spellman and Mr. Nash, two people who I consider friends. And we've had many conversations over the years that I've been here. But unfortunately, I couldn't disagree with you more tonight, sirs. So I'm just, in no particular order. First of all, the aesthetically repulsive comment. It's obviously extremely subjective. And if we want to have that kind of a standard, I would say that the building that I work in every day is worse. Now, with regard to the rhetoric about how this would be, it's an aesthetic fact. Now, with regard to the rhetoric about how these are minimal returns or the payoff's not good. So first of all, let's be clear, it's not $300,000 for 30 years. The $300,000 would be if the two signs that are up first are approved. That's the guaranteed minimum. Each sign could go well beyond that amount. So to have that over 30 years relative to the city's budget could be considered a rather small annuity, but it's guaranteed. And for those of you who were here earlier this evening, you saw the very, very short video of us installing new playgrounds in our parks, right? Could pay for a lot of those playground replacements as one small example. The comment about we have Measure E, so we don't need this, it couldn't be further from the truth. When we were discussing Measure E with the community, I was very clear. Measure E only brings us back level. Measure E did not make the city rich. We are not awash and floating in gold. And we have to think about the future. The city, the resources of the city and its revenue also need to grow going forward to meet the growing demands of a growing community. So that in of itself cannot be stagnant. So this is not the answer for our financial concerns going into the future. It's only one of the answers. So to posit this as all or nothing also doesn't make sense. Comments, I did meet with the Auto Center folks, I think about 3 years ago. I heard their concerns, their comments about down market advertising. We do have some restrictions in the agreements with the billboard companies. But the issue about slowing down for a local opportunity, as has been said on the dais already, we've been having this public discourse for 4 years now. And when I met with the auto dealers, I said to them, they are also welcome to propose their own billboard. And you have to also remember that billboard at the Auto Center, while it is not officially a freeway billboard, it's an on-premise billboard, but it's been there for years as well. And in the time I've been here, I haven't heard any complaints about that billboard as a distraction. So Ms. Lindholm from the chamber mentioned the city courting these companies. So I want to give that a little bit of clarity. It is not that we went out and courted the billboard companies. When I arrived here that summer, I learned that Clear Channel wanted to come in to upgrade their existing billboard. So Clear Channel has been here, was here, is here. We did not court Clear Channel. But in my first meeting with them, the numbers they proposed to me, let's just say, were rather low. So what I did was I invited a competing company to introduce competition. And by the way, that is the market economy we have in this country. We don't control the market. Well, certainly not that at the local level. So what I did, and as part of my job, is to introduce the competition because one company already had the rights and was going to get to do something. So I wanted to introduce competition to actually get a better deal for the city. I think a lot of, and I had a conversation with Mr. Nash about this, and I do understand his perspective, but I also think many sort of negative reactions to billboards, I think come from the older, like 20th century style billboards. And I think these modern billboards, because they have so many modern features and controls to match ambient lighting and all that, and the direction of the lighting, I think it's a much different product going forward than it has been for the last 50 years. The question that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up about billboard exchanges, that's a very, very specific scenario that would have to be worked out only with billboard companies that already have billboards in town. So we couldn't take down Company A's billboard in order to erect Company B's billboard. But if Company A has other billboards in town, then there's a negotiation to be had. So there is a path there for removing some billboards, and we would, if and when we get to that point, we would recommend to the council to negotiate removal of some of the billboards that are actually in our neighborhoods versus the very few. And by the way, for the city of Oxnard, the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned all the signs you see out there, and that is accurate. There are many signs out there, but they are all on-premise signs. Mm-hmm. So these would be, if we go forward tonight, the first actual technically, legally freeway billboards that we have here. Electronic and freeway, like actual freeway billboards versus on-premise billboards. And my understanding is there are higher regulations and standards issued by Caltrans for these, which is also part of why it's taken so long for this deal to get here to the council. So I just want to, again, respectfully disagree with Mr. Spellman and Mr. Nash, people I consider friends, people that I respect, but I do have to disagree on this issue, not on many others. And I just want to reiterate that this is a growing community. There will be different avenues for us to grow our revenue, but this is one such aspect, and I certainly recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a follow-up question on that. If we move forward with this, would there be an opportunity in the future for this type of signage to be an on-premise sign as opposed to a freeway frontage sign?
Ashley.
Not under this ordinance. Within existing regulations, you can do other amendments. The Rose Santa Clara Auto Center sign, that's regulated by that specific plan. The collection sign is regulated by that specific plan. So other amendments to other documents could provide those opportunities, but not this ordinance.
But that is a possibility in the future where if we wanted to change the type of signage we allow in commercial establishments like Walmart or shopping at the Rose or something like that, that might be an opportunity?
Correct. Either an applicant could propose an amendment to the ordinance or council could bring forward an amendment to an ordinance.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, council members, any other questions on this item? If, Councilor Perrello, and then followed up.
No, please, by all means.
Okay, Councilman, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I think this chamber is a little bit more outdated than some of our offices. Just saying. So in regards to the amount of income that is going to be brought in, should we approve option 1? And I'm looking at the staff report. It says the applicant would pay the city 30% of the annual net revenue with a minimum guarantee of $150 per year per sign. This would equal, so that is the minimum guarantee, and it is 30% of whatever annual revenue the company brings in.
It's above and beyond.
So it's not a flat fee with additional, like a lease, it's a flat fee, and then every year we increase it. It's all depending on revenue.
Correct.
Okay. But there is a guarantee that we are going to be receiving $150,000 per year per sign. So if the company doesn't make the profit, we still get $150,000. Okay. So that equals approximately 4.5 million to 8.4 if both signs are approved over a 30-year term of the development agreement. Is there a reason why it's 30 years and we're giving ourselves that much time?
Because they're making the huge investment to build the board and to run the business of advertising. So they need their time as well.
So,
go ahead.
So with that being said, how much is it going to cost these two companies to put a billboard?
You'd have to ask them.
Because that's what, I mean, you know, depending on how much it costs to put them up, I mean, we already know they're going to be paying us $150 plus their cost. My only concern would be, I'm totally okay with option one for billboards. I'm okay with $150,000 per year per sign. I'm a little reluctant to approve a 30-year term.
Okay, so that's a different item, though. That would follow if this agenda item passes.
Yeah, we have Ken.
So this is still the ordinance itself.
I'm sorry, so yeah, because it's on staff report M5. That's why I'm bringing it up.
So the financial impact section speaks to then items M6 and M7. If you do this, then those are potential, but as it relates to the ordinance itself, you would still have to take actions on each subsequent special use permit to or before you this evening, and that's where the development agreement would come into to negotiation.
Okay, so with that being said, I would make a motion that we go with option one and allow for the 4 signs.
And Councilor Perla,
I'll second that motion. I'd like to make a comment.
go ahead.
I don't believe I owe an apology, but the gentleman, I want to make it very clear why I got upset about the word payoff. I subscribe to the Star and the LA Times, and there isn't a month that goes by that there isn't a new elected official down south that's under indictment, investigations, guys that are convicted, guys that are giving prison sentence because of payoffs. And so when that word was used, I got pissed. And if I owe you an apology, please accept it. But I don't think I do, because the term means a lot of things to a lot of people outside. But as you're an elected official, it means something totally different in the current events that go on in this nation. So I wanted to clarify that with you. I appreciate all the people's comments. There's comments with, the city's A-OK because we have Measure E and, and we have the federal money coming in. I take a little bit of offense with that. The city's in much better shape because we had some financial people that were here. Mr. Kevin Riper and Mr. Donna Ventura, brought in by the management of the city. And they turned things around way before Measure E. We didn't come fat city. We're not high on the hog. The streets aren't paved with gold. But we were in a situation, we were looking, what can we do to bring in income? Because there isn't a resident that I meet that says cut services, except kind of smarty, cut everybody's salary. There are people that continually ask for more and more and more. And any parent would understand, you can't promise the moon. You just can't do it. Hope you're not supposed to do it. You're not supposed to do it. I'm looking at supporting this, and I've made the motion to second it because I think it is the best for the city of Oxnard. I do appreciate the concerns people have. In some of the billboards we have, and I just need to say this. I knew your dad, Mr. Noren. He was a good guy, but I know your uncle better, and I appreciate you coming from Ventura. But when we look at the sign that Ventura has, it kind of gives me a pause. The issue with respect to, signs or monstrosities, I can think of one sign that's up that's a monstrosity. And there are some that they're comical and they're old, and people have mentioned, if we take one down. Agreements. Everybody learns something. I learned something. When it's an area, it's called a freeway sign, or it's called, and I believe the term, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, premise. Those terms, they mean something in the legalese of how things work. It's a hard question. And I believe we're trying to do something for the best of the city. I mentioned earlier, I don't deserve anything, but I had an opportunity to attend events where there were little kids. I'm supposed to do the best that I can while I'm here to make it better, not for one person's kid, but kids. and at the same time, try to take care of everybody else above and beyond the kids to make it a better community. In my opinion, it is much better than when I first got on this council. And it's not because of me. It's the elected officials that are working and the staff that they have working for them. And everybody seems to, in my opinion, pulling in the same direction, make things better for Oxnard. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, so we do have a first by Councilor Basuas. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead, Councilman Tron.
Thank you. I do want to thank the members of the public who spoke this evening. This is the first of 3 items, and just so we're clear on the process, as I understand it, this ordinance, if this ordinance goes through a majority vote, then we move on to the 2 subsequent items. If this ordinance does not go through, then the 2 items after it are moot. Is that correct from our staff? I see head nods yes.
That is correct.
Thank you. So in the first of these 3 items, with the ordinance being kind of the umbrella piece of this tonight, I want to start by commending staff on the work that went into this and that's been involved. Just looking at the objective pieces of it, we have a percentage-based revenue sharing with a $300,000 floor. And it only goes up from there, and it's passive revenue to the city of Oxnard. I have to commend them for negotiating that potential if these 2 items coming up after this come to pass. There's also an allotted potential for board space for the city of Oxnard for city events and information and things, all things local, and also the inclusion of local businesses for advertising as well. And in my conversation with Clear Channel, there was discussion around, well, the removal of static boards if something like this were to move forward. And I say that last because I do want to give a little bit of context here for kind of my position where I am with this. In the early 2010s, I worked directly with Oxnard and Santa Paula youth on a billboard project. And through that billboard project, we looked at the county of Ventura and found that in Camarillo and the East County, there were very few, if any, billboards. I don't believe there were any to this day now in 2023. There are some in the outskirts of Camarillo in the 5th Street, Las Posas Road area. But beyond that, in the West County, Oxnard, Ventura, Santa Paula still had billboards. Typically, they were in older developments and low socioeconomic status neighborhoods and often advertised tobacco and alcohol products. And that's what caught the attention of the youth I worked with. Again, the youth I worked with were from Santa Paula and Oxnard. And in mapping, they found Santa Paula, from my memory, had 9 billboards. Oxnard had around 35. And the students I worked with sought to pressure those billboard companies and the cities to discontinue advertising of alcohol and tobacco products on those billboards, especially in the low-income neighborhoods. And, that was a project and it went well. And, there's commercial speech and some other really great stuff that I learned from that. But back then, the city of Oxnard staff said that long-term billboards, especially along Oxnard Boulevard and 5th Street, were going to be phased out in the next few years. That's what I was told back then. I was probably in my late 20s when that was stated. I just turned 40. And I think we'll probably have them come down when they come down on their own from rust, some of them. I haven't seen any come down just yet. In 2019, when this item came up, I made a public comment on it as a member of the public, and I expressed my concern, especially for the Nyland Acres neighborhood, but River Park, Wagon Wheel, and Rio Lindo certainly would be directly affected and should be included in these conversations as well. So I absolutely see the objective benefits that have been laid out here and accomplished between staff and those who are potentially going to be partners in this if this moves forward. But from a social determinants of health and social justice standpoint, it's difficult for me to support this when I spent time in my career working directly with young people who now are in their late 20s probably, but working with young people who wanted to get billboards out of the West County and in the cities that still have them. And Mr. Noren is here in Ventura. I believe they were along the 101 and Ventura Avenue is where most of those billboards were. And so when we look at placement of them, it's difficult for me to say we should add more when I thought we should get rid of them to begin with. For that reason, I can't support the ordinance, but I, again, commend staff for the hard work that's come into this. Thank you.
Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who came out. I know it's a very, controversial in a way topic. I know as previous comments that were just said right now, the importance of where these billboards are placed, along Oxnard Boulevard, along other parts of our city. Some of them, are in very bad shape. No one is saying that, they're very eye-pleasing, the ones that we have in the city. The one on Rose, one famous 10 years ago, actually misspelled the word across when Chick-fil-A came to town so many years ago. But, last statement was true. I don't think the brightest thing you see on the East County is actually in Simi Valley, promoting their outdoor mall that never really succeeded. That realistically is the only probably billboard in the entire East County. But where we are at today, I know this is for later, this will come out later in the agenda, I guess now, but that billboard between Ventura and Oxnard on that river, on the Santa Clara River, that's actually one of the most, that's an eyesore to begin with. That needs to go that needed to go 25 years ago, and it's still there. I know where we're at now, obviously is a different place than we were at 4 years ago. It's a tough decision, but, ultimately, things are going to get more expensive, as with anything and everything. We can't predict the future. We don't know where we will be 6 months from now, 10 years from now, so on and so forth. And, as much as things have changed here, 6-8 years down the road, we could be in the same fate that we were in the summer of 2019, where, realistically, we had to make what went from $7 million ended up being like $13-19 million that we needed to cut. So, I would lean to option one.
Thank you, council members. And as I mentioned initially, I just want to share with you that we never have enough money in the city of Oxnard. We need public safety. We need our policemen, our firefighters, our parks, our streets, and our children. And we're looking at now to come out here with the sports park that we need. So we need a lot of funding anyway. So anyway, we have first by Councilman Basua, second by Councilman Perello. Please vote. And this is option one.
Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. So now we're going to our second public hearing. This is a public hearing for March 21, item 6. This is a time and place for a public hearing on item M6 Community Development Department. Subject, River Park Boulevard Electronic Billboard Project located at approximately 0.25 acres of undeveloped site located in the US 101 and River Park Boulevard, approximately 800 feet north of Vineyard Avenue, in the northern portion of the city of Oxnard, APN 132-0-311-075, and along the Ventura Freeway Highway 101 in the River Park Specific Plan area. The recommendation is the City Council, one, conduct a public hearing and take the action identified under one of the following options. Option 1, applicant's original request with staff's recommended action allowing the development of a freeway adjacent digital display billboard. And A, approve a resolution adopting the mitigation negative deck, MD 22-2, And B, introduce the ordinance by title only, waiving further of reading, approving planning and zoning permit number -20-630-2, 02, excuse me, specific plan amendment number 8 to the River Park specific plan for text amendments to the River Park specific plan subject to certain findings. And C, introduce the ordinance by title only, waiving further reading approval of plan zoning permit number 20-670-06, development agreement number A8515, subject to the certain findings. And D, adopt a resolution approving the planning and zoning permit number 20-500-07, special use permit, and the overturn of the planning commission and denial is subject to certain conditions and findings. Okay. And option 2, the planning commission recommendation denying the development of a freeway adjacent digital display billboard. A, provide direction to the city staff to return at a date certain, meeting with the appropriate resolution of denial for the planning and zoning permit numbers 20-30-2, specific plan amendment number 8 to the River Park specific plan, and planning and zoning permit number 20-670-6, development agreement number A8515, and planning and zoning permit number 20-500-7, special use permit. And we start off with the city clerk certification and publication and written communications, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on March 9th, 2023. And the city clerk's office received written communications on this item, which have been forwarded to City Council for consideration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now, do any council members have any ex parte communications and any other disclosures regarding this item to be placed on the record? And members of should summarize the ex parte contacts and any other disclosures. Councilman Perello?
No, I do not.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilman Basua?
No.
No? And Councilman Girat?
Thank you. I appreciate the guidance that our city attorney's office gave earlier, but I do, just in the spirit of over-disclosure, did have conversations with Mr. McManigal about this, as well as, this is out front, correct? Okay, well, then they have not reached out to me. It was just with the auto dealership's representative. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also, of course, I had a conversation with Alfredo Plasencia from Radio Lazar on this item. Okay, so then staff, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item and are available to answer any brief clarifying questions the council might have before we take any testimony on this item. And council members will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. And do any council members have any questions at this time? And we do have our staff, Mr. Pearson, for any questions. Okay, Councilman Perello?
One specific question. On the staff report on page 692, under the bullet points, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth bullet point, there's going to be discount for the Oxnard Auto Dealership and the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce members. It's my understanding the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce no longer exists. I mean, is that something that we're going to, I believe, because Ms. Lindholm identifies herself in a different position.
They still exist, they just expanded. And they have
Pardon
a
me?
new name, which I still cannot memorize, but let me try.
This is the Western Ventura County Business Alliance. They represent Camarillo and Oxnard, but they're still physically located here in Oxnard.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was going to remember that exactly.
Yes, sir. Go.
Did that answer my question? I mean,
Yes, it would be covered by the development agreement.
okay, this new organization.
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, City Attorney. Roselle.
Okay, Councilor Vetron.
Oh, that's it. I just wanted to clarify if that was Councilmember Perillo's question, is if they had a legal change in their name, if that was legal, I assume it's an official change in their name, if it's still covered even though they're referred to differently in the documents. Is that correct, Councilmember Perillo? Was that your question? And it sounds like that's the case. We're good.
It is, we can, if desired, we can update it. Also, the applicant will be up shortly, and you can ask them that question as well.
Okay.
Well, the only reason I asked is there had been, in the ex parte, I don't have any conversations, again, with anybody directly involved, but members of the public, and they were concerned about Oxnard getting assistance, but now that we have the Chamber of Commerce representing the city of Camarillo too, I mean, we're diminishing if we don't figure out that's why I asked the question. And I appreciate the answer you gave me, and I understand it and accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to staff. So our next item we have is, we have the applicant, Mr. Lards. I don't want to mispronounce your last name. I'll go ahead and share that, and you can give our presentation, you have 10 minutes to do so.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lard. How do you pronounce your last name?
It's Skogstad.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a control for the presentation? Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Appreciate your time this evening. My name's Lars Skogstad. I represent Outfront Foster Interstate. We are a joint venture between Outfront, which is a large outdoor advertising company across the country, and Foster Interstate, which is a California-based outdoor company that specializes in municipal projects. First slide here is the map of the two sites. We're only talking about Site 2 currently, which is on the east side of 101, north of Vineyard. Here is a site plan of the location. It is in an empty lot adjacent to the freeway, and it is what we call a V-shaped sign. So the faces of the sign splay out towards the freeway, so less light goes behind it. This is a rendering of traveling south on 101, on what it would look like. And this is a rendering going northbound on 101 to give you an idea what it would look like. The benefits of the program, some of things you've talked about already. The Oxnard auto dealers and members of the Chamber of Commerce will receive a 10% discount to advertise on the sign. The city will receive the greater of a minimum annual guarantee of $150,000 or 30% of revenue share, which is projected to be around $560,000 per year. So this is just for one sign, which is almost 17 million over the term.
So, Mr. Lard, this is per sign?
That's a per sign,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
And those estimates are based on, conservative rates and occupancy. So they're not pie in the sky numbers or anything like that. The sign will be available for amber alerts, silver alerts, emergency messaging. And from a concern we heard at Planning Commission, we're now offering that the city will receive one guaranteed spot on each digital face to promote city events and city messaging. So for one sign, that's one spot on each side. The way these digital signs work is there's 8 spots that run continuously on each side. So the city would have one of those 8. This is just some examples of an Amber Alert and other public messages that Oxnard could use it for. Another thing that came up at Planning Commission was driver safety. So just wanted to indicate that the Federal Highway Administration has studied the digital billboards. Digital signs do not present an unsafe risk of distraction, and they are no less safe than traditional vinyl signs, according to peer-reviewed Federal Highway Administration investigation study that used state-of-the-art eye glance movement technology. The study references the FHWA, U.S. Department of Transportation. Study was called Driver Visual Behavior in Presence of Commercial Electronic Variable Message Signs, released in 2012 and 2014. Also, an exhaustive review by the U.S. government of literature regarding distraction caused by digital advertising signs concluded that there was no demonstrational relationship between driver safety and digital signs. And that's referencing a study by the FHWA called The Possible Effects of Commercial Electronic Variable Signs, 2009. A third study I wanted to highlight was they found in-vehicle distractions presented the most significant safety hazards, cell phones, textings, etc., and not distractions actually on the outside. And all of those studies can be provided to any member who's interested. On lighting specifications, lighting levels on the digital sign shall not exceed 0.3 foot candles above ambient light from a distance of 250 feet as measured according to the standards of the Outdoor Advertising Association of America. Brightness shall not exceed 300 nits from sunset to sunrise. All other times, brightness will not exceed 7,500 nits. Illumination shall be directed such that minimal light spill will occur on either side or the top or bottom of the sign face. A light sensor shall be installed with the sign to measure ambient light levels and to adjust light intensity to respond to such conditions. The light sensor adjusts the sign's brightness in order to compete with ambient light. The darker the surrounding ambient light, the less bright the sign is. The sign shall not display any moving, flashing, scrolling, fading, brightening, or animated text or video. Signage shall be controlled remotely and include remote maintenance software. The LED lighting signs have been designed so they're directional in nature, and project viewing angles for the sign shall be 14.9 degrees over minus 34.6 degrees vertically and 45 degrees horizontally. Louvers shall be located above each row of lights to prevent light from projecting upward into the sky. This part of the presentation is going to be by our lighting expert, Michael Schrupp, who will explain the light study that was done for this particular display.
Excuse me, we have a question. Councilmember Perrello.
May I ask a question first? Can we go back to slide 10, please?
How do I back it up? Yeah.
The third from the bottom, the sign shall not display any moving, flashing, scrolling, fading, or brightening, or animated text or video.
Right.
I have a question for my city manager.
Yeah.
Don't we have signs along the freeway that are already doing that?
No.
The signs at River Park are not showing movement?
They're not video.
They're not video,
And
okay, all
the
right.
words, the signage changes, and I think that's what you consider the movement, but the actual ad itself isn't moving.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Those are my only questions.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Schrupp. I work for EXP U.S. Services in Los Angeles. I was retained by Outfront Media to conduct a series of studies at both locations to show compliance with the sign for the OAAA guidelines, as well as study any lighting that might fall onto any surfaces in and around the area. So at site number 2, this shows the general illuminated pattern that will emanate from the light. As he previously stated, this is a cone of light that is directional off of the sign. So it is not spilling omnidirectional everywhere. It is controlled. The yellow dashed line going around shows that 250 foot boundary, that the sign cannot legally go beyond the 0.3 foot candle level. And then it's a little hard to read, but you would have I think you have a copy of this available to you to see the amount of light on the freeway surfaces.
So Michael, that's not projected into the residential areas.
So this will probably help a little bit. So there's a pseudo-color rendering of that same view. The colors are represented on the graph to the right that shows the amount of light represented by the foot candle levels. Yes, you can see that in that apartment complex to the north, some of that light does spill onto the face of those residences, especially the ones that are sort of immediately adjacent to the sign. The light levels, just for reference, as described with the Planning Commission, this is somewhere in your mind to be somewhere around the light that is put off from a street sign, or somewhere between the amount of light from a street sign and moonlight on a full moon. So less than what a street light would cast, and does already, because there are street lights that we found along that street, but more than what you would expect from moonlight.
And staff, after he finishes, I guess the collections, has a sign too that I'm not sure how much light the residential people get. But I'm sorry I'll give you another 20 minutes to finish here.
No. So here's another rendering of that view.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Just showing the amount of light that is sort of put off. The image shows the amount of trees that are already there to sort of block the ambient light coming off the freeway and the street lights, and the amount that would hit and where it would hit on that view. The other direction is just the abandoned lot, and further off in the distance, a slight bit of light that would hit the the building to the south.
Okay.
And then finally, this is showing sort of your worst case scenario. These lines show the light coming off at various angles, starting from immediately perpendicular to the sign, and then from various angles outward, straight off from the sign. So these are the worst case scenarios at various distances.
We have a question by Councilmember Perella. On slide, I think it was 14. Bingo. You're showing, there's a visualization of some trees.
Yep.
Is there any, in the background, it appears there's a wall. Is that building? And if that building is residential, are there windows on that wall? And are they lit up?
So what you're seeing there, the lower ledge that you're seeing is a berm leading up to the first level of the apartments that we represented in our model. So that is solid. Everything above that level would be the apartment balconies, and there would be windows at those locations, yes.
Okay, if you could please help me understand. I'd appreciate it. So I'm asking a question with respect to, you're showing how the light could, that it will travel.
Yes.
And you mentioned like on a full moon, which is once a month. Are there those lights going to be on windows where residents might have a bedroom?
Potentially, I don't know the layouts of the apartments, but yes, any window.
Is there a method to put a louver on the signboard to prevent that?
The best of my knowledge, no. The louvers that the sign are, based on the way that the LED boards are constructed, the louvers are only able to restrict the amount of light going up or down. Because the boards are horizontal, so you can't put a masking agent that would restrict it from one side or the other.
Would there be a possibility of attaching a wing like a spoiler?
You could ask Lars about that.
Okay, I will. Thank you. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you. Councilman Duran.
Thank you. I'm willing to let him finish the presentation, and then I have a question afterwards.
Okay.
That was the conclusion. As I said, there is some light. It is, in my opinion, it was minimal, as it is slightly more than what is there already.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, so before we go to the, open the public hearing, do we have, go
I
ahead.
do have a question. I'm wondering if the presenter would be willing to come back to the podium, the light expert. My apologies, I missed your name.
Dr. Lard, yeah. Oh, Michael? You want Michael, the last speaker, or the first?
The light expert, yes.
Michael.
And I see we brought down the presentation. I hope we can bring it back up just quickly to go back. I think it's 2 slides, the one that had the Paseo Santa Clara apartments. I think it's 1 slide after this. One more. Yes, this is it. So I see on the map here, maybe you can, I think you refer to this as the worst case scenario, correct?
Correct, and that's a good point. The study that we did and all of these numbers represent the literal worst case scenario of the billboard's output. So that would be 300 nits at night in full white with no ambient light present. So if you assume that none of the billboard ads will be completely white, you can assume that it would be slightly lower than this, but it's hard to say exactly what.
Okay, and the yellow lines we have here with, it looks like feet indicators, it looks like that's 250 feet away, is it?
Correct.
To assume that in a worst case scenario, it could potentially reach that residence.
Yeah, absolutely. So from that position, and that is the 45-degree line that you're seeing is the furthest point that the sign would project outward based on the LEDs. So at that point, it is just reaching that facade.
Okay, and I only bring it up because any residence that is potentially, you know, at in the line of fire, for lack of a better phrase, you know, we certainly want to bring it up and thank you for pointing out that that could be a worst case scenario. But in this particular case, just to go another layer deeper, the Paseo Santa Clara apartments are apartments by Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation, which is all low-income apartments for individuals of low socioeconomic status or individuals with disabilities. And, you know, similar to my comments before, it's just, if this were to move forward, I don't know where my colleagues land on this just yet, but I would hope that there would be any number of mitigations we can take to prevent any light from reaching those residences, no matter who's there, but especially so when we have low-income development there. So just my 2 cents on that. Thank you for helping walk me through the slide here.
And for staff, the signs, that, Michael, this is for staff, the signs at the collections, we do have the Cabrillo development right in front of the collections, and I've not heard of any concerns there at the collections, because I know the Cabrillo project is right in front of the big collection sign.
So, Mayor, yes, the existing collection sign is approximately about 110 feet away from the existing residential development that is there. So, slightly closer than the sign being proposed here today.
Thank you. Councilor Perella?
Yes, I have a question. If the consultant could please come back up. Thank you. And again, your slide, the one that had the Councilmember Turan was asking about, please, bingo. I drive this road on occasion, and at night, I know that there are street lights along on both sides of the street. How do the street lights and the light that comes off the street lights impact the impact that this light would have? Would it minimize it or increase it? And the second, and I'm trying to ask one question at a time. Okay, so that's my first question.
It's cumulative. So the streetlights still exist, and the billboard sign would add an extra 1/10 of a foot candle, roughly.
So we might currently have streetlights shining on buildings
You
with
absolutely
bedrooms
do.
in the
Yeah.
window.
Yeah,
Currently,
we
before
did-
anything goes in there.
Correct. We went out and did those measurements just so we knew what the ambient conditions were.
And I am also seeing that we have trees along there, and they would block some of the light, like a buffer, a barrier to some of the light going through. I'm not trying to shoot the torpedo, I'm not trying to shoot this down or profit up? I'm trying to just ask
No,
questions.
absolutely, and that's what I tried to represent in our model, because the planting and the trees is relatively dense. My assumption was it was specific to mitigate the street lights along that road from shining into it, so.
And I would imagine the sound of the freeway also. So a second question, and I don't know if you can answer this or if my staff, with respect to the vacant area that this lot that we showed, is there future development planned there for residential?
Go ahead, Ashley.
Ashley?
So that is one of the 54 sites that you surplused last year, and we don't have any active offers, but it is zoned for commercial use.
C2.
But as you know, by the state, a lot of commercial zones do allow for residential in the future, but the active zoning is commercial.
Okay.
And it's controlled and owned by the city.
For just so I get it real smooth here, by state law, commercial use, and you said something about residential. Please repeat it.
So the site is zoned commercial. As you know, much of the state laws are pushing to have residential allowed in commercial sites. So I don't want to say residential could never go there, but what it is zoned by the city is for commercial use that is owned by the city and is surplus by the council last year.
Thank you for helping me understand that. Thank you, Ms. Ashley.
Okay, so, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm going to follow up on that question because I was looking at the picture. It looks like it's right next to the lift station that's part of our sewer project. And we did surplus it last year. Does that mean that we've sold the rights to it or leased it, or have we disposed of the property?
We surplus it, we have not sold it. So it's still, we put it out to the housing community like we're required to by HCD, and it wasn't one of the ones that came back with a residential development. So it's just ones now that the city could put for market. We didn't have a city need for it anymore, but the use that you're referring to, the lift station, that wouldn't be part of the sale. And this project is just an easement over part of that parcel.
Okay, so it'll be a separate negotiation for the purchase of that parcel?
Absolutely would be, yes. And we have no active negotiations going on for that.
I was going to say, I haven't seen anything yet about selling it, and so I want to make sure we're just not giving something away.
Thank you. Okay, our next item on the public hearing is that I'm now going to open the public hearing testimony portion of this hearing, and members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this on the city website and in person. If you did not sign up, you can do so by following the instructions on the agenda on the city's website or the oxnard.org city meetings. And speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And Madam Clerk, I have a couple of speakers that I'll start off with, and then we can look to see if we have any additional speakers.
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, we have 2 public speakers for this public hearing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, and then we have Hugh.
Mr. Mayor, the last time didn't work out so well, so I think I'm going to pass.
I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you. And then Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council again. Staff, residents, OPD, appreciate you providing safety. City Manager, how you doing tonight? Nice to meet you. I found it very interesting hearing these comments, and I really want to go, Mr. Perello, thank you so much for shouting out my family and the history and that knowledge. And also, I love that vigorous attitude about the comment about being paid off, and you were exactly right. And I would love to see that attitude right now and that emotion to stand up for our culture and the quality of Oxnard. Because you hear it over and over in the 805, don't LA Ventura, don't LA Oxnard. And I don't know where Mr. City Manager is from, but it sounds like he's not from the area, because we don't want to sell our place out. We don't want to put signs everywhere. We don't want freeway signs. Mr. Perello, you mentioned the Ventura sign. That sign has nothing but cause division and divide from our community. The Montalvo community never felt that they wanted that sign. The revenue, $300,000 a year. Money's very important, Mr. Zaragoza, and I understand that, but quickly, how much is our annual revenue for the city, Mr. City Manager?
Well,
I'm just curious. If he can answer me, he wants to. He doesn't have to.
Just go ahead and make your comments.
Probably $300 or $400 million. This is a drop in the bucket for our quality of life, whatever it is. I'll get that number. It's a drop in the bucket to the future of Oxnard, of our reputation. Use that passion. use that understanding of not selling us out for a couple $100,000. And if you want to gain the revenue back, just quickly sitting here, I think you get it in your housing and your taxes. You currently pay 1% per your property tax. This will lower the cost of housing in all these areas, 100% on here, and then the sign coming up in the future, who's going to be next to Oak Ridge Senior Living Facility as we talk about that next. So I really just, again, want to look at the quality of life in the city of Oxnard. What you guys have here is special. What we have as neighboring cities is special. Don't let it go for a couple $100,000 a year. Don't let it go for something that you don't have. And to share more about my family and why I'm currently here right now still in this process is my great-grandmother came in from Seattle tonight, Shirley. And I was telling her where I was going tonight as I was missing dinner. And she reminded me of Lady Bird in 1965, started something called Make America Beautiful Again. And I didn't know anything about this. And I heard about it. And it was take down the billboards along Highway 66. That America didn't need billboards anymore. We didn't need to be distracted, but we needed to embrace the beauty of our culture. And I look to embrace that now. She also had things like no littering and created the fines, plant a tree, plant a bush, plant a shrub. So use that energy from Lady Bird, even in 1965, to not water down our highways, but to strengthen them. Use what Mr. Nash said. I've never seen a city manager come after a volunteer like that before. I'm going to go on the side of my volunteer. I'm going to go on the side of the person that has culture and heritage here for a history, not somebody here with a paycheck with no culture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any additional speakers on this virtually or here in the?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. So I'm going to close the public hearing. And council members, any additional comments on this item? Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have to be honest, I'm a little bit concerned that we're talking about allowing the development of a sign on property that we still currently own. And I'm not sure if we're going to sell it or if we're going to rent it or what kind of arrangement we're going to make, but it seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. Let's dispose of the property and then decide what goes on it.
Ken, can you, or?
Yes, I'd be happy to respond. What is proposed is just a very small portion of the large parcel. It's basically behind, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, the sewer lift station. So the balance of the property is available for sale or development for commercial uses. So this will not, in fact, when I worked on negotiating the agreement, I made much smaller the footprint that would be part of this agreement to ensure that the balance would be available to be developed and sold for other uses.
So if we approve this development of this sign tonight and then sell the property afterwards, and the person who buys the property decides they don't want a sign on it, where are we at then?
They would be buying it subject to this use. So this would be, assuming the council approves this tonight, this would be an approved use on that site. So they would be buying it subject to the adjoining condition.
And those are disclosures that would give them any too.
Correct.
Okay, and then what happens if somebody says, I don't want to buy a property with a sign on it? What do we do then?
Well, once again, we would not be selling that portion of the property. So this is basically, there'd be a sign here, subject to a 30-year lease if the council approves it, and then the balance of the property would be what would be sold, not the part on which this billboard would be located.
Okay, then how do we get compensated for our part of the property that doesn't get sold?
We would still own that property, so we would get the lease payment. So we would not be selling this property, this small piece of property on which the billboard would be located.
I understand that. I understand that if we keep it, we would lease it, but we haven't finalized any lease agreements that I'm aware of, have we?
Well, the development agreement is also a lease agreement, so in essence, we're leasing the small footprint of the sign, if this agreement is approved tonight, to the billboard company. The balance of the property would be sold to a third party. It's already been surplused.
And I appreciate that. I guess my comfort level would be a little higher if I knew up front what the lease agreement was going to include in terms of monetary compensation. And not knowing that, I'm a little bit uncomfortable.
So Mayor Pro Tem, maybe an exhibit to look at in your budget to help try to get you to that comfort level. So we're talking about an easement of 3,000, roughly 3,000 square feet of the overall, but I'm trying to find a good exhibit, but in your packet, because there's two binders worth, so I know there's a lot here, but on page 1,119, it was one of the staff presentations. And it was the staff PowerPoint, slide 7 of the PowerPoint shows the location. It actually shows a larger rectangular area, but it is literally where the arrow point is the 3,000 square feet that we're leasing. So it leaves the balance of the site that we would then eventually market for development and still have the development potential of all of that area. Clearly, before we brought it to surplus that site, we went through to make sure we didn't have any city needs. We weren't impacting the sewer lift station that was there, that it still had the value to be able to sell it out, to sell the rest of that lot. But as Mr. Rosell said, negotiating down the smallest portion down to 3,000 square feet for this easement and the lease that's before you through the development agreement this evening.
And I appreciate that being in the PowerPoint program, but did we distill that down anywhere in a written staff report that we're going to do this?
What, distill which part down, I'm sorry?
The portion of.
The portion of the property that they're going to lease or use, or compensation for that?
It's there.
So the development agreement speaks to it and has the exact exhibit, and I just lost that page. Let me try to
Page
find it.
784 is the description, which indicates that the property is 3,143 square feet that is subject to lease, and then there is they have an access right, which is undefined over the balance of the property, so depending which way the property is developed.
Okay, but is that in the PowerPoint presentation that you're reading to me, or?
No, the exhibit that Mr. Rosell just referred to was part of the attachments for the development agreement at Exhibit B of the legal description.
What page is that on?
That's page 785 has part of that, and 784 has the written description. 785 has the pictorial description for.
And I apologize for being a little challenging, but when you have an agenda packet that's over 1,200 pages, sometimes you miss one or two things.
Well, we both read it, and I couldn't find it either, but because I was looking for that. But yes, page 784 and 785 give you the legal description and then the smaller area. But the PowerPoint, I just thought that was an easier visual to see the area within the aerial for the rest of the development of the site.
Oh, there it is.
And the development agreement is 754.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we have Councilor Perrello, followed by Councilor Mitterrand.
I appreciated the public comment, and you asked, to have somebody take as much attitude and strength in their comments, and here goes. With respect to the concerns about affordable housing or Cabrillo, I want you to understand something. I have as much concern for at-market rate housing and all housing, not give benefit of the doubt to the rich or the poor, or vice versa, left or right, skin color, amount of money in the bank, or political party. It matters we treat everybody the same in Oxnard. And I want to say that because there's some concern that had been voiced before in the Planning Commission with respect to what we're imposing upon poor people. I don't look at it that way. If people take a little time and take the history and figure out how those things were built and what was accommodations and benefits that were given to people, it doesn't mean that they give away their rights. They can complain as much as anybody else, but for myself, I want to make it understood. Rich or poor, black or white, brown or yellow, they get treated the same. And when the angle comes up, well, poor people or handicapped or gender question, whatever it is, they get treated the same. That's what I'm supposed to do, not show bias. Because again, that's what I'm supposed to do. So I thank you for your comments and taking the time to comment.
Councilman Mitterrand, followed by Councilor Pasua.
Thank you, Mayor. And likewise, thank you to the folks who came out tonight and are watching online or on TV tonight as well. I won't belabor my comments. I made my stance fairly clear in the previous item. Again, I do want to thank staff for the work that's been put into this. I do want to share that I hope it is clear for folks that with the passage of Measure E, please look at that as making the city whole again versus us being exorbitantly rich as a city, because we are not anywhere near that, nor will we be. And so the internal conflict I have is knowing that every little bit helps that we can get. And $300,000 can go a long way for our recreation department. And especially with a department that can make $1 look like 10 in the great work that they do. And so that's not lost on me by any means. Again, though, from a social determinants of health and a social justice standpoint, that's the reason I wasn't able to support the ordinance and moving forward on this item as well. But that being said, these two items tonight are also within the district that I serve, and those residents I have spoken with who are nearby were, for the most part, opposed to it, even after talking about some of the benefits that were proposed as part of the agreement. And so I do appreciate them reaching out and giving me their input as well. But those are my comments for this item. Thank you.
Councilor Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. So and I also was a bit confused, like Mayor Pro Temp. I had to really look deep into the development agreement to understand that it also included the lease. So, I mean, maybe in the future with our staff reports, we can be a little bit more clear in regards to that. So with my previous comments, I was hesitant with the 30-year lease, but after going through this extensive lease agreement, development agreement, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with the 30-year. The city has language in here in order to protect themselves, which was part of my concerns. You know, what happens when the billboards look like a nuisance, like some of them have already. So the city has done a good job on putting language in here in order to remediate any of those things. Along with, it also protects the leasee. So I'm comfortable with allowing for the 30-year. And if you guys need me to recite any part of this lease agreement, I'll be more than happy to do so. Yes, so I will move the recommended action and go with option 1.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, as you know, the applicant proposed that they guarantee that one of the 8 cycling ads would be available to the city. So if we could go to page 761, section 7.2B as in boy, I wanted to just indicate the change that would codify or put in language what OFI proposed. So based on what they proposed, deleting the phrase "to the extent that commercial advertising time on Billboard is unsold, unavailable," and delete that language, that would guarantee that we would get 1 out of every 8 of every ads that cycle through. So that's a guarantee, and that's something which, after they received the input from the Planning Commission, they agreed to make that a guarantee, not optional. So if the motion could be changed to reflect that,
Councilor Basua, with that motion, with that amendment?
Yes, that motion would be great to change the amendment in order to incorporate what the
761.
Can you repeat those numbers for me?
It's 7.2B as in boy.
7.2B, as Mr. Rosell stated.
And I'll second that. Go ahead and share that.
And change the chamber
name.
Okay.
The chamber name.
In order to reflect its new branding.
We will make that change as well.
I'll second that too. Oh, Councilor Tarani, additional before we vote.
Oh, and one last thing. With this, it does also state that the leasee will allow us to audit their books for accuracy. I do expect the city to do that. I know it's a hard ask, but I did read this lease. I did read it completely.
I'm sure that's
It's already part of the lease.
Yeah,
That's why I'm okay with this.
It's part of the process.
We
Councilman-
negotiated that language to ensure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. For the amendment that Councilwoman Basua just put forward with the city getting one of every 8 spots, is that at no cost to the city?
That is correct. That is part of our deal.
That's right.
Okay, just so that's clear on the record. Thank you.
Okay, so please vote.
Motion carries 5-1.
Okay, our next item is a public hearing, March 21. The City Council, this council item 7.M.7. This is a time and place to set a public hearing on item M.7, Community Development Department. Subject is Ventura Road electronic billboard project located at approximately 1,000 square feet of undeveloped site in the north side of US 101 and immediately west of Ventura Road. In the northern portion of the city of Oxnard, APN not applicable, and along the Ventura Freeway, Highway 101, and the River Park specific plan areas. The recommendation of City Council and the Board conduct a public hearing to take the action identified under one of the 2 following options. Option 1, applicant's original request, staff's recommended action allowing the development of a freeway adjacent digital display billboard, and A, approve a resolution adopting the mitigated negative deck MD 22-02, and B, approve a resolution adopting the mitigation negative MD 22-03, and 3, introduce an ordinance by title only, waiving further reading, approving planning and zoning permit number 20-630-02, specific plan amendment number 8 at the River Park specific plan, for a text amendment to the River Park specific plan subject to certain findings. And D, introduce the ordinance by title only, waiving further reading, approving planning and zoning permit number 20-670-5, a development agreement number A-8516, subject to certain findings, and E, adopt a resolution approving planning and zoning permit number 20-500-6, special use permit, and overturning the Planning Commission's denial subject to certain conditions and findings. And also adopt a resolution declaring its intention to vacate the right title and interest into approximately 1,000 square feet undeveloped site located on north side of US 101 and immediately west of Ventura Road in the northern portion of the city of Oxnard, and direct the city clerk to schedule a public hearing in accordance with the vacation procedures contained in California Street and Highway Code Section 8300, and to be held on Tuesday, April the 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m. at the City Council chambers of the City Council, a City of Oxnard located at 305 West 3rd Street. Or option 2, Planning Commission recommendation denying the development of a freeway adjacent digital display billboard, and A, provide direction to the city staff to return at a date certain meeting with the appropriate resolution of denial for planning zone permit numbers 20630-2, specific plan amendment number 8 to the River Park specific plan, and planning and zoning permit number 20-67005, development agreement number A-8516, planning and zoning permit number 20500-06, special use permit, and planning and zoning permit 21-660-3, street vacation. And we start off with the city clerk's certification and publication and written commit cases, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on March 9th, 2023. And the city clerk's office received written communications on this item, which have been forwarded to council for consideration.
Thank you. And council members, do we have any ex parte communications or any other disclosures regarding this matter to be placed on the record? And members summarize ex parte contacts or make any other disclosures at this time. And we'll start off with
No, 2 members of the public spoke to me, no members of this item.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
Councilman Sua. Madrigal.
No.
And Councilman Turan.
Again, conversations with Mr. McManigal, and not from the applicant, though. Thank you.
And I had Alfredo Placencia for Laser come over and spoke to me on this item. Okay, now staff, in accordance with Measure M, posted a video presentation regarding this item and are available to answer any brief clarifying questions to the City Council, or the City Council may have before we take any public testimony. Council members who deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? And we do have Mr. Pierce and our staff for any questions. Okay, no questions. And so then now we have the applicant, Mr. Large, will now give a presentation not to exceed 10 minutes. Yes. Mr. Large.
Thank you again. The presentation's very similar, identical, except for the specific site information, so I will just go over those particular slides. Again, this is the overall map just to show you. Site 1 is further west on 101, and it's located on the north side of 101, right on Ventura Road. Here's a close-up of that location. It's just adjacent to the road in a dirt area that's just next to the road. Here's a rendering if you're traveling south or east, I guess it would be, on 101. It'd be on your left-hand side there. And this is a rendering if you're traveling west, and it'd be on the right-hand side. And again, the examples of public service, the driver safety information is the same, lighting specifications are the same for this sign. And then it just gets to the specific lighting study that was done for this particular site, which Michael will expound upon.
Okay, Michael.
Hello again. So for this first site, the objective on this one was to really study the amount of light that would project into the river basin as part of the CEQA report. Again, there's the overall sort of illumination pattern as it's coming off, and the pseudo color sort of showing that same brightness and how far it projects. Note, we spent quite a bit of time actually in the field studying the topography of that embankment and how far into the riverbed the various levels of foliage and whatnot are there. The general rendering showing each direction.
Do you have a question?
And then that same map showing the various amounts of light at certain distances and angles for you. Different slide than you'd seen previously. So we actually did 2 different site studies, in particular to look at the amount of existing light as it would affect the river basin now. The yellow dots that you can see along the road are actual the acorn-style post lights that illuminate the pedestrian walkway along the bridge that do spill quite a bit of light down into the river basin now. By our field calculations, sometimes as much as 3 times as much as would be projected from the sign itself. And the particular area that you're seeing that we studied is really where you get into where the trees and where we would have thought the majority of the light could affect any sort of animal habitats. The red line that you see sort of bisecting it is the actual drop-off where you get into the river basin. That is probably a raging river tonight. And at the time that we studied this, versus this satellite view, that had actually been clear cut, we assume by the city or the county for fire purposes. So hard to tell how much of an impact that would have in that area. So our conclusion there really was that given the amount of light that is already spilling into that basin and the distance from the sign and the distance down from the sign, that the amount of light being contributed from the sign really contributed a minimal amount of extra light into the river basin itself.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions of Michael, Councilmember Teran?
Thank you. I don't know if this is more of a structural question, but can you go to the slide where we showed the location, the overhead? That's fine right there.
Oh, sure.
Looking at that in relation to the Santa Clara River and the bank there, have we had considerations about erosion or the future construction of or reconstruction of the levee there, and how that might impact the footers or the structural piece around this sign?
Mr. Pearson?
Yes, Councilmember Teran. So as it relates to the existing levee, there are conditions in here that speak to ensuring that it does not impact the levee itself. We also did look at, there's some distance between the actual sign itself and the face of the levee as well, because as identified in the report, there is we do have our Santa Clara River Trail plan that does identify a bike path through there as well. So there's, I want to say, somewhere between 15 to 20 feet of space between the sign pole and the actual levee itself.
Okay, and that seemed that that's a sufficient buffer from future construction or issues that might come up during that construction?
Yes.
Okay, and I appreciate the response on that. I guess my last question kind of on that train of thought is, should something happen, there be, before the levee is constructed, if we have our 1% chance flood, something along those lines, we technically own the land, we're leasing it to the company that'll have the billboard if this goes forward, correct? What level of liability does the city have if something happens to that portion and the sign or its foundation or something is damaged? Are we on the hook for repairing that? Do we have something in place that would protect the city?
Yes, I'm happy to address that. We are leasing the property to them, so they will have a leasehold interest on the property, assuming that the council approves this. So in that particular point, it is up to them to obtain appropriate insurance to guard them against any loss from any flooding or other natural events that may happen.
Okay, I appreciate that, especially given the proximity to the river and the ongoing efforts around the levee that are happening. So thank you, I appreciate the responses.
And can the insurance is to protect the leasehold?
That is correct. Once again, they would be leasing the property, so they are responsible for what happens and any loss that they might experience during the term.
It could be anything else other than the erosion or some other liability.
In any event that could occur that could damage the sign, it is up to them to purchase appropriate insurance to protect against that loss.
Thank you. Okay, so then next item that we have here is now I'm going to open the public hearing. This is the public testimony portion, public hearing. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website. And also in person, if they didn't sign up, they can do so now by following the instructions posted on the agenda and also on the city's, website, and also the Oxnard.org or the city meetings in our agenda. And the speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers other than the item or the speaker that we have now?
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, we have one public speaker for this public hearing.
Okay, the Spencer, you're up again.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate you, staff, residents, and also OPD for providing protection. Thank you, clerk staff as well today. Been very nice. I wanted to just come up here and talk about culture and legacy. Give a shout out to Councilmember Tran for stepping up for what the community has been saying. You know, we're looking for leadership in this county and leaders that look at public speakers when they talk, especially if you're the only public speaker. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I appreciate that. You know, I'm the only person speaking here, and I'm opposed to this. The Planning Commission was opposed to this as well. What kind of city is being run here right now? What's your legacy going to be? And you talked about the cart in front of the horse. Why are we doing 2 signs on the same night in the same general area? I find that to be very interesting. The width and the length of Oxnard is very long, maybe 6-7 miles from like Del Norte to the river, whatever that is, 4 or 5 miles. This is such a close proximity. We're watering down the collection. The collection is going to lose value here. Everyone's going to drive into Oxnard thinking that you're the town that sold out, especially when you're doing 2 signs. 1 sign, I can get it. And that light, Mr. Perello, excuse me if I was confusing earlier when I was talking about the value of homes. I was talking about all homes in Oxnard that could see the light, and I completely agree with what you're saying about treating everybody equally. And that goes to this sign here, sir, with the senior living facility in 100 yards. Can you imagine the seniors that are currently living in this building, just retired, going to this last spot? They have a view of the Topa Topa with snow right now. But coming another year, it's going to be a light billboard. I can't imagine of the value of those rooms on that whole western, northern side of that building. And the adjacent empty lot across the street, I'm assuming that's going to be residential as well. Imagine how the residential building will be close to that sign right there. Please vote no against this sign right here. I understand you voted for 1. Please, I haven't met you, council member. You seem like a cool young lady as well. Sir, I haven't met you as well. I'm Spencer Norn, Ventura Forward. I respect you and the work you've done, but not 2, 1, please. And can't you readdress this? Maybe ask staff right now, Mr. City Manager, maybe you could tell me. Can we put up 1 and then see how the community responds to that and then vote for number 2? Wouldn't that be something that a leader would do? Wouldn't that be something that a leader looking to gain community support in the future for maybe votes or political career or maybe a legacy and a reputation? You all have that. Mr. Zaragoza, please show that leadership right now. Give your community a chance to respond to you approving of the 1 sign and then allowing them to see if they want to. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Madam Clerk, do you have any speakers virtually or here in the audience?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so I'm closing the public hearing. And council members, any comments on this particular? Councilmember Perrella?
Yes, thank you. Thank the speaker. I'd like to get a little clarification from staff. I'm looking at page 1709, and I'm looking at page 1575, and there was discussion with the numbers 1709 and 1575, that this light is going to block the residents' view of Topa Topa. If the residents are looking at Topa Topa, they're looking in the opposite direction of where the light is.
Yes.
I believe that's how I interpret this photograph. Am I correct or wrong?
It's okay, north and south, I think. It's a freeway.
1709,
Topa Topa's north.
1709,
the one that has the
Shows up.
biological site, that's the one you're looking at?
yes, that's one of them. But the other
Okay.
one, the better one, the higher 30,000-foot view, I think, you'd say, the 1575. We're planning to build a senior thing away. The mountains would be, basically, the light's going to be right here, senior thing's going to be here, and the mountains are over there.
It's north.
I'm going to have a mirror and hold a mirror out to get a back shot view, like a trick shot, to see the mountains the way the speaker was describing it, for these signs to block it. Unless I'm wrong. And I will not have a problem admitting I'm wrong.
The freeway is north and, east and west, right?
So, Councilmember Perrello, so yes, this mountain view would be the opposite direction.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's my
Mr.
only
Bishop.
comment. Thank you.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board? Do we need a motion on this item? Motion by Councilman Perrello. A second by. No, not second, I have a question. No, second by Zaragoza. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Given the amendments that happened in the previous item, do we need our person who does a motion and those who do a second to consider those same things, or do those carry over to this agreement as well?
I was going to request that the motion be modified similar to the last one. So if you turn to page 1794, it is section, once again, it's section 7.2B as in boy. Delete the language that says as follows, quote, to the extent that commercial advertising time on the billboard is unsold and available, end quote. And then the other change, as indicated before, would change the name of the changer to, excuse me, the name of the chamber to its new and revised name.
Western Ventura County.
Western Ventura County, yeah.
I think Steph has a block for that name, so
Councilor
my
Pearl,
apologies.
you're okay with that amendment?
I'm okay with that amendment, and I appreciate the city attorney, Mr. Roselle, helping us out multiple times
And I'm
tonight.
okay
Thank
with
you.
that second, yeah. Okay, so we got a first by Councilor Pearl, a second by Mayor Zaragoza. Please vote.
Motion carries 5-1 as amended.
Okay, thank you. Now we go into reports, and as we know, we are moving report N4 first, and this is the city manager's department, and subject is RISD ERP project related to Aaron Starr lawsuit preventing the city from obtaining city council approved bonds. This is a fifth amendment to the project management contract and annual report. And of course, then we go that the city council, recommendation city council approve up to $2,500,000 from fiscal year 2022-23 general fund to cash fund the portion of fiscal year 2023 enterprise resource planning ERP project expenditures in excess of the initial bond proceeds received in prior fiscal years, with additional fiscal year 2023-24 general fund is listed in the budget in the cash fund fiscal year 2023 ERP project expenditures if litigation remains pending that prevents the city from issuing bonds. And two, approve and authorize the mayor to execute a Fifth Amendment to the professional service agreement with Creative Core Technology Corp. 9431-21 FN in the amount of $2,120,000 for a new tax not to exceed amount of $4,720,000, and to extend the term from December 31, 23 to December 31, 24 for the project management service related to the Human Capital Management HCM Intergoverned Enterprise Asset Management EAM and utility billing phases of the city multi-year enterprise resource planning ERP implementation, and also receive and file the ERP system annual report. And there it is. Okay, go ahead. Mark.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I'm Mark Solomon, Assistant Chief Financial Officer. The presentation was online, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
And
yeah, sorry, it's remiss of me as well. We have Andy Batnaga, who is the Vice President for Creative Core Technologies, who are before you today with regards to this Fifth Amendment to their contract.
And council members, we do have a speaker on this item. I'd like to hear the speaker. So we have Speaker Pat Brown and the speaker before we, Pat Brown. You want to speak on this item? Well, go ahead, and you can speak now. And then we'll go with you, Mark.
I'm sorry that all of this has to happen. It's really too bad. It's not our fault. And I don't want you to allow this gentleman, he's not even a gentleman anymore, try to ruin this city, which is exactly what he wants to do. He wants to take it over. I'm not joking. I heard him telling somebody that years ago when he first came here. And he has that intent the whole time. Don't let him do what he wants to do. We've got to do what is right for our city and to keep our city going. This is the largest city in the whole county. And if he wants to go mess up some small town, that's his business. But he's not going to mess up this town. We're not going to allow this. We're not going to allow it. We're not going to play this game with him. It's like another Donald Trump. Just don't pay any attention to what he wants. It's what we want, what we need, and what's right for us. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item virtually as well?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, Mark, go ahead. Any questions of Mark?
Just a comment.
Comment?
Mayor, I fully support this. I've been with the city since a long time. And using the HTE reports, while I understand them and know how to read them, they're not very user-friendly. And it's a challenge to track anything in it. This system makes perfect sense. I'm really disappointed that we have to go the route we're going because of litigation, but it's something that we can't wait for to be resolved in the courts. We need to do what's right now to get on the right track and get a system that is much more versatile. And I remember about 24 months ago, talking with staff, and they were telling me that they download everything out of HTE and put it into Excel spreadsheets so they can manipulate it and read it and understand what's going on. And for a city this size, with a budget this size, and no disrespect to Excel, but that program is hugely inferior to what we need to be able to do stuff. In terms of relational databases and everything else, I'm convinced this is the way to go, and I will support this.
Okay, Council Perrello, followed by Councilman Turan.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Mr. Stowell for the presentation, the video presentation. It was very good. You informed whoever watched it with a lot of information. And to piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem, when we had presentations why we needed to go to a new system, they talked about record keeping. And then they talked about the incidents specifically in the police department, where they had to transfer things on paper documents by hand to some other item so they could transfer it into the system that we were using at the time. It's ridiculous that we're having to go through this. The party, Mr. Starr, has legal rights. He's using them, but he is not helping our city, in my opinion. And I'll support this 100%. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you also, Mr. Sewell, for the presentation. I know we went over this at Finance and Governance Committee, and I'm hoping that you can just take a moment to explain to the public what our ERP system is, what's at stake here, and why this item's in front of us.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Turan. So, Mayor and Councilmember Turan, the ERP system is a combination of multiple different IT systems that enable the city to record and report its financial transactions, provide services to its community, and improve the way in which we interact with both business residents, visitors. It's very much all-encompassing, so it not only produces financial reports, but also helps to pay staff, helps people to submit their permits, helps us to manage the development community for utility billing as well, for residents to pay their bills online and all that type of thing. So it's more than just sort of one big Excel spreadsheet, to coin that. It's a series of interlinked systems which hopefully enable us to be much more modern in our approach and faster and more efficient.
Thank you. And I think you have explained it, as being a tool for efficiency in what we do with the city. And I ask the public who's listening right now, if you've gone to a job where you clock in and you clock out for the start and end of your shift and each break, when you do that, if you do it electronically, or there's even some that do it on an app from your phone now, I mean, that's an integrated system within your employer to track that information and be able to do it objectively. There's no writing on a piece of paper. There's no punching a clock. There's a system that's put in place for that to happen. And that's an efficient way to do it. Imagine if you had to do that by hand, writing it down, look at the clock, write the exact time, calculate how long you were in, how long you were out, right? Where an integrated system does that right for you. You clock in at this time, you clock out at this time, it calculates already how long you spent on your shift, right? So that's efficiency, and that's just looking at timekeeping for payroll purposes. When we look at our planning and permitting, within the city of Oxnard. We've had many people who have stated their displeasure and frustration with the system, including our own staff, understandably. And when we have a system that's outdated and we're looking to upgrade it, and we have a wrench thrown in that's going to prevent us from moving forward with that process, why would we not fight against that? Why would we not continue what we've been working on? And the irony to that example of our permitting process is that Mr. Starr wrote another measure purporting it to add efficiency to our planning process, and now he's done things to prevent us from being more efficient in our permitting processes. And so the contradiction in that is just astounding to me. And I know roads is not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about ERP, but same thing with roads, where a measure was written essentially holding Measure O hostage if we didn't fix the roads. If we had not fought against Measure N, would he have still filed this lawsuit and prevented us from bonding to fix the roads anyways? What was the path to success in his vision? I truly don't know what it is. So I hope folks will ask those critical questions. I have one last question, and I don't know if you would answer this, Mr. Sewell, or maybe our city management might answer it. Looking at some conversations with folks in the public, the name of this item on the agenda, risk to ERP project related to Aaron Starr lawsuit preventing city from obtaining city or council approved bonds. I anticipate there are one or two individuals out in the public who are not Mr. Starr who will say, oh, this is just a targeted attack on Mr. Starr. It was propaganda. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, whoever names the agenda items, this is a statement of fact. This is an objective statement. The item before us is having us forced to cash fund this continued effort because we can't stop it in its tracks because Mr. Starr filed a lawsuit about our bonds. Am I correct or incorrect in that?
Yes, I can respond. I don't typically name our council agenda items, but I certainly named this one. And I agree with you, it's just to be matter-of-factly. So if I can make two quick points. One is I fully appreciate the council's understanding and support of the staff's efforts to modernize the ERP, which is essentially the nervous system of our city's processes and functions. The software is absolutely infrastructure during the times that we live in. So it is as significant as pipes, wires, roads, fire trucks, police cars. It's absolutely necessary infrastructure. But to your point about the whether, I forget, you mentioned irony or conflict of these seemingly attempts that are in conflict by Mr. Starks. You only question that if you assume that the proponent of the measures is ethical about this, what they do or what they purport to do for this community. So I want to be very clear, though. We bring this recommendation to the council begrudgingly because it's $2.5 million of cash that will not be going to an array of other services and programs that we could be putting into the next budget. Now we will not be. But we cannot risk having this project stall because, as you pointed out, Councilmember Turan, that this has to do with improving our efficiencies as well, not just internally, but also externally for our residents and business community. So there's a sharp downside to this recommendation. And again, I agreed to bring this to the council begrudgingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And just in closing, I said it at the Finance and Governance Committee to Mr. Sewell, is I hope the public can think back to the last time they saw a black monochrome screen. It was a black screen with green text on it. Maybe in the early 2000s, maybe the library was still using that. But think back to when you last saw that in a government facility and know that that is a similar system that we were operating on to track that you've paid your water bill and the timekeeping for the police department and the fire department and our city employees and processing your permitting. And all of that was all this piecemealed stuff that is 1980s and 90s technology that we were still using. And we're working on this way to make it more efficient. And now we've hit this roadblock. That was an external roadblock from one individual. And now, as our city manager very directly mentioned, we cannot use this $2.5 million for something else like recreation or senior services or police or public safety. We have to continue this project. We can't let it stall. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilman Madrigal? Councilman Basua? No additional speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
And I just want to share, that's really unfortunate that Mr. Starr has come up with a lawsuit preventing the city council, city of Oxnard from approving bonds, because I kind of relate this to buying a home. If you're going to buy a home, the homes are $500,000 or $800,000, and nobody can afford to buy 100%. Or a car, now the cars are $50,000, $60,000. You have to borrow money to buy those items. And like it was shared by our city manager, this is an infrastructure item that is really, really important. And it was shared by council members that we need to get out of the 70s and 80s. We need to bring our whole ERP to today's dates, which I think is really important. So I want to commend staff for that and commend our city manager for recommending that we move those dollars, from point A to point B. So do we need a motion on this item?
I have to take out a loan to buy my wife dinner. I move the recommended action.
Okay, move first by Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second by Councilman Charan. Please vote. And thank you so much for the presentation.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Our next item is N1. This is N1, Community Development, subject City of Oxnard 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report. Recommendation of the City Council, receive and file the City of Oxnard 2022 General Plan and Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And this item, again, did not originate in committee and was a link. There was a pre-recorded item under Measure M, and we do have, who's up to? Okay, go ahead and staff, whoever, maybe council members might have.
Hi, Kathleen Mallory, Planning and Sustainability Manager, and also Mr. Pearson, Joe Pearson. We're both here to answer any questions you have.
Council members, any questions on this item? The pre-recorded. Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, we have one speaker virtually.
Okay, let's go with the speaker then.
Speaker with phone number ending in 4076, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like. And you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ray Blattell. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, council members, city staff. According to the presentation, in 2022, 335 building permit applications were received for ADUs, yet only 75 actual permits were issued. I wonder what happened there. Did most people withdraw their permit applications? Even if the original applications were technically deficient, couldn't the staff guide the applicants such that the current ADU design could be revised to be compliant with code requirements? Can you explain why the permit success rate is so low? Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from staff on this item?
Excuse me, Mayor Zaragoza. There's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you, and we go ahead and have Mr. Pearson answer the question.
So, good evening, Mayor and council members. So as it relates to the ADU numbers, as we've worked to streamline the process for the planning side, that's helped kind of expedite the processing of those on that side of things. A lot of those applications did end up getting submitted to the building department, and those are working their way through. So as we've kind of seen kind of a wave of applications come through, we do anticipate that those numbers will continue to go up. The building permit process is a little bit more complicated just because they do have the building requirements and the safety that's ensured to make sure that the ADUs meet the California Building Code. But overall, we do anticipate that these numbers will continue to rise. So we will continue to see increases in number of permits issued, as well as numbers of ADUs that have been granted occupancy.
And Joe, and community development's really working to expedite the processing of those permits, and I'm sure that Ashley and you folks are working to get people that help us out and also to hire people that are going to help us with the permitting process. And I know that they're working really hard on that. Right now, Ashley, you want to share a little bit more on this?
Sorry, I just wanted to point out a table that was not mentioned. The speaker's referring to table 3, but on table 2, I think that's actually a better indication. In 2013, we had zero applications for an ADU. The previous year, in 2021, we had 176, and that jumped up to 327 in 1 year, at the same time that Joe had 7 vacancies at one time to actually process the permits. But even during that downtime of having staff, Joe was able to streamline the actual process to now shorten what that is. So I want to give credit to the process. Kathleen had to manage all the new state laws that were coming in, get that into the housing element. Joe had to then work through our codes, get that into the process, and then that allows them to go into the building permit process. So although the statistic that the speaker called out, yes, 338 entitlements versus 75 building permits, 61 occupancies, that's 61 new units that were actually opened up for somebody to live in.
Fantastic.
Those are still very good numbers when they were managing all the rest of that with the lack of staff that they had. It shows what a focus this is for our city and the improvements that they're putting into place. So if we can just focus on the good of table 2, I think that's really shows the efforts that the department put forward to help our community meet their numbers.
And I'm sure that's a priority number 1 and for community development to expedite the processes for ADUs. ADUs are really important for the community. Any additional comments, Councilor Perrella?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And for the public and the staff, I think we just heard an example of what it means when our city staff sticks up for our city staff. I want to thank you, Assistant City Manager. If that information that you just gave us, we didn't need it, but if we didn't get it, we wouldn't know the exact situation that's going on. I know that Mr. Pearson, I've worked with him in the past, he's very thorough, articulate, doesn't make mistakes, a little bit shy, but as time goes on, the department is getting better, and it's shorthanded. You pointed that out. You pointed out not that the public speaker was wrong. You pointed out that the public speaker used information that gave a presentation and a picture of something that wasn't actually clear. And what you've added made it much more clear. We are kicking butt in that department, even shorthanded. And I want to compliment you specifically. I like when somebody in our department sticks up for the staff and explains what's going on. And I'm not complaining about anybody else in the city, but the public needs to know. There's nobody sitting drinking mint juleps, for Christ's sakes. It's not happening here. People are working and things are getting accomplished. Thank you.
And we do have labor shortages too, not just the cities, but private contractors and so forth that are very difficult to get workers to help us out. So I wanted to share that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I was going to echo some of the comments by the Assistant City Manager. This has been a moving target for a lot of folks in a lot of departments. It's probably nothing more frustrating when as a department you develop a process and policies only to have someone on the state level pass legislation that throws all that into the trash can and makes you start all over. And that's what we've seen with ADUs. That's what we've seen with concessions for parking for certain types of projects. And just when we get things dialed in, somebody in a jurisdiction higher than ours changes it all. and we got to start all over and start scrambling. So, and I don't know about anybody else, but I can tell you my friends across the state all express the same problems. Is people don't want to work right now. I don't know why. They just aren't interested in jobs. And I think the thing that really frustrates me is now the state is looking at legislation telling people, hey, if you work 32 hours a week, we'll pay you for 40. Well, okay, as long as you send me the money to do that, that's fine. But, you know, I think if we're going to get 40 hours worth of pay to somebody, they should work 40 hours worth of work. That's just me. Maybe I'm a dinosaur or something. I don't know. But
Thank you.
yes, I fully support this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. I don't even know what to say now. Well, that's fine. No, I don't know. No, realistically speaking, I do know that as far as RENA numbers go for reaching our 2029 goal, we're actually very, very behind. I do know that the original number of 8,000 plus is probably astronomical, probably won't be reached. However, just looking around the state, I know certain jurisdictions are fighting against the state, against those numbers, one of which actually is suing the state. Those of us who keep up or kept up with local politics for a while, Mayor of Huntington Beach, who's very familiar in Ventura County, Mr. Tony Strickland, is leading the charge, I guess, against the state. But we'll see how that goes and probably show more clarity, because I'm sure just passing the original RENA allocation for this cycle was hard enough on the state. If I would actually kind of be timid to see what is headed down the road in, 2027, 2028, when I would say 97% of the cities are not going to meet their RENA numbers.
Thank you. Okay, council members, any of the council members, any comments? Councilman Prelum?
I cannot state this clearly enough. I agree completely with Mr. McDonald. I serve on different boards with other elected officials from different cities, some from the county. They are having the same problem getting help.
Absolutely.
And it's remarkable to me that it's so hard to get people to work.
Thank you, council members. This is receive and file. Thank you so much. So we'll go to the next report. Thank you, Joe. And thank you, staff, for the good work. Okay, this item N2, Finance Department, this is fiscal year 2022-23 budget, mid-year budget review. Recommendation City Council, 1, receive an update on the fiscal year 2022-23 revenue and expenditures projection for major funds, and 2, recommend the City Council approve a budget appropriation and requesting the amount of $430,000 to the General Fund 101 for the Fire Department, and $533,218 to the Golf Course Fund 651 for a total appropriation of $963,218. And 4, adopt a resolution approving the amendments to the Position Control Resolution. And again, this was under Measure M. There was a pre-recorded item. And we do have Ms. Olson. For any questions? Any questions, Council Member or Mrs. Olson, on this item? Good presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
The speakers? Okay.
Yes, Mayor. Yes, we have one virtual speakers from caller with phone number ending in 4076. Please, speaker with 4076, please press star 6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ray Platel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, council member, city staff. In recent years, the city's golf course has been described as thriving and flourishing. So much so, the city finally declared the golf course as an enterprise. To my knowledge, an enterprise is solely supported by its users or ratepayers, as it supplies a service and charges for the service at a rate equal to, but not greater than, the cost of supplying the said service. Thus, no profit is expected. Does the wastewater facility or water fund turn a profit? I don't believe so. They may have funds left over or a small surplus, but not profit. But now we are told that the golf course is still expected to turn a profit of just under $1 million. Years ago, when the wastewater facility was in dire need of emergency repairs, the city's former public works director, Ms. Gaglione, emphatically told me that the general fund could not be used to fund the enterprise and that the rates must be increased to cover the repairs. However, now the city proposes to fund the golf course with general fund money. Seems hypocritical, doesn't it? If this enterprise will still come out ahead, given the 4 months of inclement weather, it would seem reasonable that they would still be okay this fiscal year without the $533,000, since we only have 3 more months of this fiscal year remaining, and these are spring months. A little under $1 million minus $533,000 is still almost a $500,000. Plus, there's also the wagon wheel development money to support this enterprise. This was $250,000 last fiscal year. The golf course seemed to thrive during the COVID crisis. Why can't it survive 4 months of rain? And relative to the expenditures, how can one inadvertently omit cost of sales in a budget? This line item was captured in all 3 budget years prior to the enterprise declaration. Now, all of a sudden, we have an oops. One typically takes a budget from the current fiscal year and tailors it via projections for an upcoming budget year. How does one completely drop a critical line item? Seems fishy to me. Furthermore, relative to the expenditures, I don't see how one comes up with the $533,218. Using simple addition and subtraction, your math seems incorrect. Maybe you can explain this to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Olson. Can you explain that, that $533,218?
Excuse me, Mayor. There's no
sorry.
no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Catching up to you, Mayor Pro Tem. Steve, can you go?
Good
please
evening,
explain.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members. So just to give some clarification about this item, is this is not an appropriation of general fund money. This is just a simple adjustment of the budget. So at the beginning of the year, with the approved budget citywide, the golf budget was approved with so much in revenue and so much in expenses. The golf course is still running a profit, revenues over expenses. However, due to mostly rain, we've had a drop in revenues because of the golf rounds. But that may be offset because unfortunately, Olivas Golf Course, who's the neighboring golf course on the other side of the river, they got
Flooded.
into some problems with the rainstorms, and their golfers came over to our golf course. So we're still unsure about where the revenues are. But just to be safe, we went ahead and said we need to reduce the revenues. And then for the expenditures, when we were calculating the expenditures, it is common in the private sector to put cost of sales as a revenue expense, and it is not calculated as a direct expense. So to explain that a little further, when you're selling shirts and merchandise and food and beverage, in the private sector, they'll take that and put it against the revenue and say, this is what your net revenue is after you pay for these cost of sales. However, in the government, that is a direct expense. And so we need to reflect it as a direct expense. So all this is saying we're raising our expenses a little bit, we're lowering our projected revenues, however, we're still running a profit with the money of the golf course operation. There's no general fund contribution.
And I was going to share that no general fund, it's a self-supporting enterprise, it's just an adjustment in the budget accordingly.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor,
See?
I was going to amplify Mr. Howlett's comments. If you read line 2, it says, recommend the city council approve a budget appropriation in the amount of $430,000 to general fund, not from general fund. And that's for the fire department, and $533,218 to the golf course fund. What we don't identify is the source of those funds, but I think at one time there was money from the wagon wheel development that was set aside to help seed the golf course. But this is money that's going to the golf course, not coming from the general fund, and going to the general fund also. So I think it was just a misunderstanding of the way it was worded.
It's a good explanation too on the video too, which I think is important. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And maybe our finance staff can explain this, or Mr. Howlett, whoever wants to jump in on it. The speaker did mention about the golf course being an enterprise fund, And the nature of the golf course is certainly different from the nature of our wastewater facility. And we have rates that essentially should cover the cost of delivering the service. When we look at the golf course, when we have a surplus of revenue, when we have more revenue than we need to cover the expenses, what happens to that delta there?
So the profits at the end of the year go into the enterprise fund reserves. So it is the savings account for the golf operations. Now, we could look at it and say, okay, we need revenues and expenses to balance out. However, we have capital improvements on that facility. So if anybody's been out there lately, you'll see that there's a big tarp on the roof right now because it leaks like crazy. So we're working on replacing the roof right now, and that roof replacement will come out of the enterprise fund reserves for the golf operations. That'll probably be about $1.2 million somewhere. We will be bidding it out, but we're expecting that the cost of that project to be over $1 million. So we have to build up the reserves, not only to cover at least 6 months of operations, but also to cover any future capital projects such as the roofing, the cart paths, rebuilding greens, whatever we need to do.
Thank you very much. So those that delta, those additional revenues are invested right back into the golf course when needed using the reserves, which, no pun intended, is, I guess, is a rainy day fund. Does that sound about right? Okay. Thank you. And is it accurate to say that our other enterprise funds also have their own reserves for capital improvements? And I see our
25%.
finances nodding yes, so.
Yes.
25%. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager? Go ahead.
I just want to add on to what Mr. Howlett was saying. We fixed the roof not as a favor to the golf company that's managing the golf course. We fixed the roof because it's our roof.
It's our
So we would
assets.
have to fix it whether, at some point, we'd have to fix it whether we were running the golf course or they're running the golf course, whether we're making money or losing money or they're making money or losing money. At some point, we have to fix our roof. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you
Move
make a
the
motion?
recommended action.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Perrella. Please vote on this item. And thank you, by the way, Mrs. Olson and Steve.
Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. City Attorney, we have about 9 minutes before 10, and
You
we have
can do
one.
this in 4 minutes, man.
Just in case, just in case. So we go ahead and just in case we go over 10 o'clock, are we okay? So do we? But we had a motion by Perrella, second by Basua. Please vote.
Chief says he needs his beauty sleep.
Mayor, who made a motion on this item?
Basua, second.
And who seconded the item?
Perrella first. Councilor Perrella.
Time is 9:15.
Councilmember Perrello made the motion,
And second
and
by
a second by Councilmember Basua.
Basua, second.
okay.
Thank
Second
you.
by Basua, yes.
Yes,
To continue past 10.
I'll
Okay.
just shut up. No, I thought we were approving the motion.
Please vote. Thank you.
Motion carries 6-0.
I thought we approved the motion for the fire sensors.
We did.
We did.
Oh, okay.
That's
Oh,
your phone.
gee, Christopher, Siri's talking to me, Yuri.
Siri made the motion to approve.
Okay. Okay, so our next item.
Oh, are there any speakers on the item?
No, we just said no speakers, right?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
I move the recommended action.
I will second.
For M3?
Let's vote.
Item number 3.
Okay, item number 3.
It's the only one left.
There wasn't an M3, so let me read this and then you can make your motion, please, Jesus Christ. Okay, the subject, authorization to submit a grant application to Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA, the Fire Prevention and Safety FPNS, grant not to exceed $350,000 for the purchase and installation of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. And this recommendation, the City Council adopt a resolution 1, submission of a grant application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, fire prevention FPNS, and not to exceed $350,000 for the purchase of installation of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors with a 5% local match. And two, that the city manager or designee to execute the grant agreement if grant funds are awarded to the city. And three, the chief financial officer or designee to submit financial reports and grant claims, approve the budget appropriation for fiscal year 2023-24 for the use of grant funds, and perform all other required financial actions. And for the fire chief and designee to submit non-financial reports. And this was under Measure M. It's a pre-recorded item, and we do have our chief for any additional information.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the recommended action.
We got a first
I will second.
and a second. And any comments? We got a first and a second.
Excuse
Any
me, Mayor.
speakers?
Excuse me, Mayor. Yes, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. So we do have first, second, but we have Councilman Teron to make a
I'll
comment.
be very quick, Mayor Pro Tem. Chief Hamilton, I apologize if this is off the cuff, and if you don't have this off the top of your head, that's fine, but do we have data to show the increase in likelihood of surviving a fire when there is a smoke detector installed?
The one stat that I can give you off the top of my head, if there is at least one smoke detector in a home, you're 50% more likely to survive a fire. So, and that number only goes up with more smoke detectors.
Great. Thank you very much. That's my question.
Okay, so we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Pasua. Please vote.
I don't think I'm gonna vote. I think I'm gonna go on strike.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, and that was the last item, and we did make it in time, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
I told you you had this.